Hi, welcome back again. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to build a full stack web application using React and Django. So on the screen here, I have a full stack note application built with React and Django. Understand? So over here, we have a list of notes. I can filter the notes based on their category. If you check closely, the important note has the green icons around, while the business note has the blue icons, and the personal note has the purple icons. Understand? So you can see them. So I can decide to filter this note based on their category. So we have this filter here. If I come here, click on business, I only have the business note now. If I click on personal, I now have the personal note. If I click on important, right now I have the important note, right? And if I come back here and click on all notes, right now I have all my notes back again. Understand? So I can decide to add new notes if I want to. Click on the add button. Over here, I'm going to paste the note. I'm going to call this Atomic Habits. This is a book by James Clear. And then I'm going to call this, let's say personal. And then I'll click on the add notes. So right now, I just added a new note to my list. You can see we have the toast up here. And if I scroll down, we have Atomic Habits over here, right? So I can decide to update this note. I can decide to update it. Click on it and then click on the edit icon, the edit button. I can say Atomic Habits. I'm going to say must read, right? And then I'm going to say important, and then update note. You understand? Right now the note has been updated. You understand? So I can decide to delete it if I want to. Once I click on this button, the note gets deleted. So click on it. If I can cancel, I can delete. The note is gone. You understand? So it's deleted. And I can also search for my note. I can search for it. I can search for the word meeting. As I search for it, you can see I get all the notes that has meeting in them. It could be in the title, it could be in the body, it could be in the category. I come here and search for personal. Understand? So I get all the notes that has personal in them, right? So our search field works fine. If I search for any random text, right now it's going to tell me that there is no note found, right? So in this video, I'm going to show you how to build a full stack notes application like this using React and Django. So without further ado, we are getting started right now. Okay, so and as for the source code is linked in this video's description. The front end, the back end, the full stack, the three of them are linked in the video's description. And for this tutorial, we are going to start from zero up. We are starting from the ground up, understand? So let's get started. Okay, so now let's get started. So I'm going to open my command prompts. So you can just simply search for CMD in the search bar, CMD, and here's my command prompt opened. Okay, come up. So I'm waiting for it to come up. So it's up now. So I'm going to go into my favorite directory for creating my Django projects instead. So as for you, go into your own favorite directory for creating your Django projects. I'm going to say cd documents. I'm going to my document directory. Then I have a separate folder in this directory called Django_24. So this is my own favorite directory for creating my Django project. So as for you, you can have yours on a separate directory. You understand? So once I'm here, I'm going to create my virtual environment. So I'm going to say pip install. I'm going to say virtual env wrapper -win. So our virtual environment helps to hold the dependencies for our Django projects. Understand? So that's what it does. So right now I just simply installed the setup for our virtual environment. So once I've done this now, I'm going to create the actual virtual. I'm going to create the actual virtual environment. Now I'm going to say make virtual env. I'm going to call this notes env, right? Remember, we are working on a notes application. I'm going to call my virtual environment notes env. Understand? So in this environment, we are going to have all the dependencies for this notes application. Understand? So I'm going to say enter. So right now this command is going to create the virtual environment. The first one we have here helps us to this is the wrapper. This is the setup file. This is the virtual environment setup file. And right here, what we have here is the command that helps us to create the actual virtual environment. So you can see on the left side here, you can see our virtual environment has been activated. It has been created and activated. So right now I'm going to install Django into this virtual environment. I'm going to say pip install Django. Understand? So it's enter. So right now we're going to have Django installed in this virtual environment. Remember remember if you can see the virtual environment, the environment has been activated. So whatever we install is going to go into this environment. Understand? So okay, so right now we already have Django installed inside of our virtual environment. That's great. So right now we need to create our Django project. We need to create our Django project. So we're going to say Django admin start project. I'm going to call this YT_notes. That's just like saying YouTube notes, YT_notes. And I'm going to hit enter. So our project is going to be called YT_notes, right? So let's wait for it while it gets created. So right now it has been created now. So I'm going to simply cd into this directory. I'm going to come over here and say cd YT_notes, right? And then hit enter. So here also I'm here now. I think I'm making progress. I can then create an app for this application. I can create a Django app for our Django project. So I'm going to say Python manage.py starts app. I'm going to call this notes app. Instead notes app and hit enter. So let's wait for this too. So I think this is done running now. So I'm going to simply open this directory on VSCode. I'm going to just say code, then dots, hit enter. So we're going to have this directory open on VSCode. So right now VSCode is coming up. Right now it's up in our face. Okay, let's proceed. I need to maximize this. Yes, I chose the authors. This is important. Yep. So okay, let's get started. Yep. So you can see now we have our Django project called YT Notes. This is our Django project called YT Notes. And then we have our app called Notes app. Understand? So the first thing you have to do now is let's make sure our server is running. I'm going to go down to click on this ellipsis, choose terminal, new terminal, and then let's proceed. Okay, so you can see in this region, you can see we have PowerShell there. So you can click on this drop down and choose command prompts. So pick your command prompts. And once you're there, I think, yeah, so you can see our virtual environment is already activated. That's good. It's already activated now. So right now we're going to simply run the server. I'm going to say Python manage.py run server. So I'm going to choose a different port number. That's because the default number is already in use. So I'm going to just say 8004 and hit enter. So right now our project is going to simply run on port 8004. Right? Okay. 8004. Okay, that's fine. So what next? So right now we need to let Django know about this application. We need to let Django know about this app we created. It's called Notes app. So go down to your Django project. In the settings file, we are going to find the region where we have our installed apps. So yeah, now we're going to simply come over here, and then we're going to just put in our Notes app. Notes app, that's what it's called. Yeah, this is what you need to do. And once you've done this now, we can start creating our models, start creating our serializers. So now let's do that next. So right now it's time for us to start creating our models. So go down to your Notes app, over to your models.py file. So I'm going to create a new model. I'm going to call this, I'm going to say class notes. We're going to simply say models.model. So we're going to simply inherit from models.model. And our notes is going to have the following fields. The first one is called title, and that's equal to models as character field. And then we're going to pass in the max length. So let's just say 100. Let's just set it. Let's give the max length 100. And then we're going to have the body. The body is going to be a text field. We're going to say models.text field. And then we are going to have the slug field. Instead, the slug field now should we are going to because we are going to be getting each of those models by their slug. We're going to say models.slug field, and it's going to be unique equal true. And we're going to have the category. We're going to have the created. So this is going to simply record the time our note was created. We're going to say models.datetime field. So this will simply record the time this note was created. Understand? So I'm going to say auto now underscore add should be equal to true. So we're also going to have the updated field, and that's going to be equal to models.datetime field. And it's also going to be auto now equal true. So that is it now. And lastly, we're going to have the category field, and that's going to be just after the slug. We're going to call the field category because we are trying to make sure that our notes can be in different categories. Instead, we're going to say models.character field. So we're going to have three choices for this field. We're going to say max length should just be 15 characters, and then we're going to simply the list of choices. So now we have these three choices: the business, personal, important. So we're going to go down to your category field, and we're going to pass choices. Should be why is this blocking my? Should be equal to category. Understand? And I'm going to say the default value should be personal, right? Let me make this smaller. Should be equal to personal. Okay, so we've gotten this now, so that's fine. So what next now? So we want to create a customized save method for this notes model. So the aim of this method is to make sure that the value of the slug field comes from our title field. Understand? So we want to get the value of our slug field from this title field. So we are going to create a customized save method to handle this for us. Okay guys, so right now, here's the method here. Here's the customized save method. I'm going to simply paste the code to make things faster. So what's going on here? So first of all, we're checking if the current node, if the current node does not have a slug, we're going to simply get the title of that note and then slugify that title. Once it has been slugified, we're going to simply create a new variable and pass the value. We're going to simply pass the value. We're going to pass the slugified title over to this slug variable instance. So once that has been done, remember we are meant to make our slug unique. So in this if block, we are simply checking for uniqueness. So we are checking to see if a note already has the slug we have above. If a note already has a slug, even if a note has a slug already, we are going to add this random 5 characters to the slug to make the slug unique. And once that has been done, we are going to pass the slug to the current notes, and then the slug gets saved. It's as simple as that. And also, want to make sure we have slugify and this method get random string. Want to make sure they are both imported. So hold down Control and dots. Oh, it's very important. I'm simply pasting the imports. So we have those imported there for the slugify method and also for the get random string method. And lastly, we need to return our string function. I'm going to be def, going to say underscore str We're going to say self. We're going to simply return self.title. So I think that's fine. So once you've done this now, it's time for us to make migrations. So right now, let's make migrations instead. So we already have our models created. So for us to migrate what we have there. So to the browser to your terminal, then let's run the command make migrations. Python manager spy, make migrations. Hit enter. Okay, and then we're going to migrate. Hit enter. So let's migrate. Okay, that's done. So we're going to, so once this has been done, I think that's fine. So we're going to create a super user. So right now, let's create a super user. I'm going to say Python manage a spy, create super user. Okay, so I'm going to call the person cleans. Oh, clean already exists. Okay, I already used clean. Sorry. So I'm going to call this person John. Enter. I'm going to skip the password. I'm going to simply skip the email. I'm going to give him a password. Put in the same password and say yes. Okay, now right now we already have John created as our super user. So John and Cleans can both access the Django admin. So I'll show you what it looks like. Here's our Django admin. So I'm going to say 127/8004. Let me make sure my server is running. Let's run the server. Python manage.spy run server 8004. Okay, now while this is going to run up, let's wait for it. Yep, so the browser 8004/admin. So now either Clint or John can log into the Django administration through this form, you understand? So that's fine. So let's say Clint, put in this password. What's going on? Okay, you can see now this is Django admin. Okay, perfect. So that's it now. Yep, so that's that. So now it's time for us to serialize our notes model. You understand? So now we've created the notes model, we've made migrations. So let's serialize this notes model. So I'm going to create a new file. In your notes app, I'm going to call this file serializers.py. Hit enter. So right now in this file, we're going to serialize the notes model. You understand? Okay. So right now we have a new file called right now we just created a new file called serializers.py file. So before we do anything now, we need to go install Django REST framework. Understand? So go down to your terminal. So I'm going to break my terminal, Ctrl+C. I'm going to then say pip install Django REST framework. One word is one word. So pip install Django REST framework. Hit enter. So while it is installing, I'm going down to your settings.py file and just say we're going to add a new app called REST_framework. Yes, so we have REST framework right now. Already have our REST framework installed. That's perfect. Go down to your serializers.py file. So we're going to say from REST_framework, we're going to simply import serializers. So now we're going to create a new serializer for our notes model. Okay, so right now we're going to create our node serializer. Just like your model form, you're going to say, okay, we're going to say class. We're going to say node serializer. We're going to simply inherit from serializers.model serializer, right? So, and then we're going to have the class meta. We're going to say class, and we're going to say meta. We're going to say, and then we're going to simply say model should be equal to notes. So we're going to simply import notes. So I'm going to come over here and say from .models import notes. So, and then I'm going to list out the fields we want to simply have on our API. I'm going to list out the fields. I think we need all the fields. So I'm going to just, let me just say, let's just say ID, title, the body, we need a slug. We need a slug, and then we also need, what else we need? We need the created. We also need the category. Don't forget that. Category. What else? We also need the updated, right? So that's perfect. So we've gotten this. So next one, we want to work on our views. So go down to your models. Go down to your views.py file. So yeah, we're going to create 4 different views, right? So the first one, we're going to call the first one. So as I was saying, I'm going to call this notes. So I'm going to have the requests. So this function is going to be responsible for getting all our notes and also creating new notes. Instance. So over here, I'm going to simply just come. Right now, I want to get every note we have in a database. So I'm going to say notes should be equal to notes.objects.all. So let's make sure we have notes imported. Hold down Control and the Command key. So you're going to add hold down Control and the period and the dots sign on your keyboard. So have notes imported. So we have notes imported now. So also right now we're going to have our serializer. I'm going to say serializer should be equal to, it's called serializer, should be equal to note serializer. Note serializer. I think I need to also have this imported. We are going to pass in this notes inside. And then we're going to simply say many equal true. That's because we are going to have several notes, right? So I'm going to also import note serializer, hold down command, hold down control, and then a period keyword. So we have notes imported. We have the note serialized. We have the notes serializer imported. We also have the notes model imported. And right, we're going to simply say return response. I'm going to say serializer.data. So, like we also need to import response. So, come over here, we're going to say from REST framework, from REST underscore framework, REST underscore framework dot response. I'm going to simply import response, right? That's perfect. So right now, this is a REST API view. This is not your regular Django view. So we need to add a decorator on it. So I'm going to come over and say from REST underscore framework, from REST framework dot decorators. I'm going to simply import API underscore view, and up here I'm going to just say at API underscore view. So now we want to right now this. So as I was saying, right now this view is going to support 2 requests. It's going to support the get and the post request, right? So the get requests and then the post request. So this is perfect, right? So now I'm going to simply check for a get request. I'm going to say if requests that method is equal to get. So we're going to pass those guys in, yeah, and then I'm going to listen for the post requests. I'm going to say else if requests dot method is equal to posts. So if it's a post request, I'm going to simply do something else. So I'm going to simply come over here and say serializer should be equal to note serializer. So it's going to be equal to note serializer, and I'm going to simply just say data should be equal to requests.data. So what we are doing here is simple. So over here we are simply trying to serialize our response. We are simply trying to serialize what we have in our models. we are trying to serialize it to make it come out in JSON form, right? So over here now we are trying to do over here in the post request, we are trying to deserialize it. Instead, we are trying to simply deserialize the object to get it saved in our database. Why in the guest request, we are trying to serialize what we have in our database to come out in JSON format. So now we are going to say if serializer dot is valid. If it is valid, I'm going to simply what have I done? Dot is valid. I'm going to simply save it. I'm going to say serializer dot save dot save, right? And then I'm going to simply return a response. Return response serializer dot data, and I'm going to simply return this. I'm going to also return a an HTTP status response. So I'm going to say status should be equal to status dot HTTP underscore 201 underscore created. If I'm correct. So we need to import status on top. Upper here we're going to say from REST underscore framework. I'm going to simply import status. And yes, all that is done. So over here, so if let's assume there was a problem, I want to return a different error message. So right now, if our serializer is valid, we are going to return this response. But what if there's an error? So we want to return a separate response. So I'm going to come down here and say, I'm going to simply return. If there is an error, we are going to simply return a different response. I'm going to say return response, and I'll say serializer dot errors, and then I'm going to say status should be equal to status dot HTTP underscore 400 underscore bad underscore requests. Hope this is correct. Okay guys, so we've been building, so it's time for us to test what we've done so far. We've not tried it out, so let's test it. So let's try out what we've done so far. So right now, before we can try things out, we need to go create our URLs. So come over here, we're going to create a new file inside of the Notes app. I'm going to call this file urls.py. I'm going to say from Django.urls, we're going to simply let's import paths. And then I'm going to say from the current directory, I'm going to simply import the views module. Then I'm going to say URL patterns should be equal to, the first part is going to be the path 2. I'm going to call it notes. That's going to be pointing out to our views.notes function. I'm going to just give it a name called notes. That's fine. So now I need to let Django know about this URL file. We need to let our Django project know about this newly created file. So how do we go about it? So you have to go simply down to your Django project. The Django project, where is it? So YT notes. So there's a file called urls.py file in your Django project. So in that file, over here, now we're going to come over here and register our newly created url.py file. I'm going to say paths. It's going to be an empty path, and then I'm going to just say include notes app dot urls, and we have to have include imported. Yes, so this is perfect. This is fine now. So now next thing, we need to make sure our app is registered in Django admin. You understand? So let's go down to the note app admin.py file. So we have to just say from dot models. We have to import our notes app from dot models. I'm going to simply import. I'm going to say import notes, and here I'm going to just come say admin dot sites dot register. Because if you don't do this, you won't see the notes model in the admin panel. So it's time so right now let's go to our admin. Let's say 127/8004, then admin, up. So it's not going. Let's see what the problem is. Okay, let's make sure our server is running. Okay, the server was not running. When you say Python manage.py run server. It's showing error. It says no module. Okay, no module named this, so we spelled response wrongly. Go down to your views.py file. So just here, I'm going to say response. So let's see. Okay, now to the browser, refresh. So I'm going to log into the Django admin right now. Okay, currently I am in my Django admin, so that's what we have there. So let's add new nodes. So now this is what we have over here. Perfect, right? So we are going to add some nodes. So I'm going to add one, and I'm going to leave you to add the rest by yourself. So right now I'm going to add one of the nodes. I'm going to add this in the body. So this is going to be the title. I'm going to cut this out, paste up here. So that's the title of our nodes. So this is the body. So I told you that this slug is going to come pre-generated. It's going to come. Our slug is going to be filled out automatically. Understand? So if we check closely, we can't see the created field, and also we can't also see the updated field. So that has been handled by Django. So Django has already handled our created and updated field, right? So it's not showing over here. That's fine. So okay. So also click on the save button. We try an error. It says this field is required. So what's wrong? So something should definitely be wrong. So go down to your models. Go down to your models.py file. Yeah, where are you? Models.py file. So we have to add blank equal true. Blank equal true. And null equal true over here, right? So once you've done that, now you have to make migrations again. Let's say Python manage.py, make migrations, and then you have to migrate. Whenever you make a change to your models.py file, you always have to make migrations and migrate. So we're on server. Remember, we're on server 8004. What was going on? Okay, fine. To the browser. So now click on save. It has been saved, right? Perfect. You can see our slug has been generated from the title, right? So that's fine. That's perfect. So we're going to add one more, and I'm going to leave you to add the rest by yourself. Okay, so right now, as for this Meet marketing team, I want this to be a business note. So click on business. Should be a business note, and then save. And as well, and back to this point where you are going to add a new notes. I'm going to paste the notes here, and I'm going to put this as the title of the notes weekly plan. So weekly planning, that can be a personal note. So click on save. No problem this time. Why is it taking time? Ouch. Okay, it has been saved now. So we have 2 notes already. So I want you to go and add as much notes as you like, understand? So, and as you add in, make sure to choose different categories. Okay guys, so as for me now, I already have 9 notes created. So I hope you have as much as I do. If you don't, it's fine. So I'm going to make this look better. So I'll go down to my admin.py file. Here's my admin.py. So I'm going to create a new class. I'm going to say class notes admin. So I'm going to simply inherit from admin.model admin. And right here, I'm going to add a list display. I'm going to say list display should be equal to. So I'm going to put in the title, what else they created. Let me put in the title, the category. Next, let me put in category, created and then updated. So I'm going to pass this class to this parenthesis, pass it to that method there. So we've got that to the browser. Once I refresh, stop taking time. I don't know why it takes time here. Okay, you can see how it looks like now. I can see I have my important notes, the personal, the business. You can see how it's looking. So that's thanks to this. That's thanks to the list display, right? So it's looking better now. You can see now. So right now we've done this so far, right? So everything is still on the Django admin. So we didn't. So let's go and see what it looks like. Let's go and see the REST API version of what we've done so far. So let's go. So to the browser. Remember we had a new URL. So right now, go down to our URL.py file. I think here it is. So if you go down to /notes, we should see the REST API version of our notes. Right? So let's try it out to see. Okay, to the browser. Remember, if you check the project URLs, the URL.py file, you can see we have an empty string here. So we can simply go down to the browser and put in put in the base URL, which is this domain, then /notes. Enter. Or we throw an error. Okay, page not found. That's fine. So what could be a problem? Go down to your URL.py file. Add in this slash here to the browser. Refresh. Still not showing. Could it be because of this? Okay, let's see what the server. Let's see the. Let's simply fix this together. Oh, I don't know what the. Okay, we are going to find what the problem is. Views.notes. And then we have this here, and over here in our Django projects we have this here. Everything seems okay. From what we have, it's not working yet. Ouch, it's funny. We don't need any of this extra / we don't need it. So over here, what could be the problem? Should I put in a / in front? So let's see one more time. Okay, run server. Let's try again. Okay, it's working now. So I have to put in a / in front, and it works. So this is fine. Over here, you don't need to add a / here. It's going to be redundant. Understand? So you also don't need to add over here. Understand? In front. I think this was a problem. So I've added it now. And right now we have our list of what's it called? Our list of notes. You can see it over here. right? So this is the REST API version. So let's see if we can create a new node. We need to try these things out. Okay, so right now we can see now we can list out the nodes. So it's for us. So now let's work on creating new nodes, right? So let's work on that. So I'm going to use Postman. So on VS Code, I have an extension. I have a Postman extension. So here it is, right? It's coming up. Let's wait for it. I don't know why it's taking time. Taking quite some time. So for you to have this extension, go down to the extension panel and search for Postman. Once you've done that, you're going to have Postman. Once you search for Postman, make sure you have it installed. Once it is installed, you're going to see the icon on the left panel. You understand? So you see it on your VS Code, on the left panel of the VS Code. So, but currently, Postman is taking ages to load up. It's not coming up. But that's fine. That's fine. Let's try using the browser to create a new. Let's try using the browser to create a new node. Paste this stuff. So I don't need the created. I don't need the datetime field because those ones are automatic. I don't also need the ID. So title, I'm going to say learn some JavaScript. Right, so I'm going to just say personal. It's going to be personal. There's a personal stuff. I don't also need a slug. So let's try creating. We only have the title, the body, and the category. That's fine. Posts. We try an error. So that's the problem. That's why I don't like it in the browser. But currently, Postman, it's not coming up. So don't worry, we are going to come back and try Postman again. But as for now, let's keep moving. So as you can see, the browser is not the best tool for testing your API. It's not the best tool, especially when you are using function-based views. So a browser is not always the best. Or let's assume we're using the model view sets. We can use the browser to test this. But currently, we are writing function-based views. I'm trying to go down to the basics so everyone can understand what's going on. So currently, the browser is not able to pass those data, but if you use Postman, everything should work fine. So currently now, Postman is not loading up. I don't know why. Maybe it's my internet, but it's fine. So I'm going to come back to it later. Why we wait for the Postman? Let's go and work on the other endpoints. So I'm going to go down to the views.py. This is too big. Views.py file. Yeah. So now we have done. So as we have here, we already have the functions to undo. What's this? We already have functions to undo the listing of our nodes and the creation of the creating of new nodes. So right now, I want to go and work on being able to view a specific nodes, and also being able to update and delete a specific nodes. So now we are going to come down. Let's create we are going to create a new set of functions. Over here, we're going to say def. We're going to say nodes underscore detail. We're going to pass on the requests, and we're going to simply get each node by their slug. Understand, by their slug, right? So right here, I'm going to use a try catch, the try block. So I'm going to simply just say nodes should be equal to nodes.objects.get slug should be equal to slug, and then we're going to do the except. So if this node does not exist, except node does not exist. If it does not exist, we're going to return a response. We're going to return a status. We're going to say status should be equal to status dot http underscore 44 not found. Yes. So now we are trying to avoid our server from crashing. We are trying to catch the error, if there will be any. So If your note is not found, simply return this response. Simple. So now, right now, we're going to then do serializer. Serializer should be equal to note serializer. Now passing the notes, right? And then we're going to return response. Return response. I'm going to say serializer dot data. Right, so this is for the get request. This is for the get request. So this is going to have the decorator API view also. We're going to be supporting 3 requests here. You're going to see the get, the puts, get requests, the post request, and also delete requests. Yep, so right now this is our get request over here. We'll say if requests dot method is equal to gets. Write down. Request dot method we're going to have this set of code executed. So I'm going to listen for the put request next. We'll say else if requests dot method is dot method. So if it is a put request, we are going to simply do something else. So I'm going to just say serializer should be equal to notes serializer. We are going to pass in the note instance, and we are going to say data should be equal to requests dot data. So we are trying to update a specific notes over here. We are trying to update a specific notes. So we are going to check if the serializer is valid. So right now, if the serializer is valid, if serializer dot is underscore valid, we are going to simply save that serializer. I'm going to serializer dot save, and then I'm going to return a response. I'm going to say return response. Yep, return response. We're going to pass in serializer.data. And I'm going to return a status. I'm going to return a proper HTTP status message. Understand? So we're going to say should be equal to status dot HTTP underscore, I think 200 OK should be the best. Right now, if there's an error, once you return a proper error message, I'm going to say return. If there's an error, I'm going to return response. I'm going to say serializer.errors. And I think it's errors from what I did here. Yeah, it's errors. And then I'm going to return a proper status response. Should be equal to status dot HTTP underscore 400 underscore bad requests. Yeah, this is for the put requests. And lastly, for the delete requests, let's undo that. I'm going to say else if requests dot method is equal to delete. See, this is delete request. What are we going to do? So I'm going to just say notes dot delete. And I'm going to return a proper. I'm going to then say return response status equal to status dot HTTP underscore 204 no content. So that's it for this now. So you have handled the CRUD operations. Okay guys, right now we are done handling the CRUD operations. We can list out the nodes, create new nodes, view a specific nodes, update a given node, and also delete a specific node, right? So we've covered the CRUD operations. So now let's go register this view. Let's go create a URL mapping for those view. So go down to your urls.py file, and over here, we're going to just come down here and say paths. We're going to just say notes, then notes slash, we're going to put in the slug, right, and then we're going to point down to views dot notes detail. I'm going to let's just give it a name. I'll just say notes detail. This is fine. Our server is running. So to the browser. So now go down to 127. Remember, we are working with 8004. That's the port number. And then say notes. You can choose whatever you like, you understand? So, but as for me, I'm currently on port 8004. I'm going to say notes slash. So I need this slug. So I'm going to get one of the slugs. Let me just refresh this. So I'm going to get one of the slugs over here. I think this is good. Copy this and come over here and paste it and hit enter. Perfect. You can see now I have the slug. You can see now I can get a specific notes, right? This is perfect. So I can also decide to delete if I want to, but I'm not interested. I'm not going to delete them. I'm not deleting any notes yet. So you understand? So okay, so what else? So we need to try the posts and the put requests. But currently, let's try VSCode one more time. So right now, I think Postman is good to go. You can see she has loaded up my other API endpoints. She has loaded them up. So I can create a new HTTP request. Click on the button up there. Okay, load up. Okay, perfect. You can see it's loaded now. You can see over here, that loading symbol is gone. So now I'm going to just copy this endpoints, copy this guy, Ctrl C. Let's try it on Postman. Remember, this is a VS Code extension. We're going to send it. You can see, perfect. You can see what it gives us. Perfect, it's working fine. Right. So now, I want to create a new notes. So click on body. Click on body there, and then what's happening? Yeah, drag this down, click on body, choose form data, bring this down a bit. So I want to put in the title. I will just say new notes. The body, I'm going to call it, I just say new notes body. And then the category, let me just say personal category. So I'm trying to add a new notes and just say personal. Remember, as for the other fields, those other fields are going to be generated automatically, like the created, the updated, the slug, and the ID. But as for these other fields that I listed here, they are needed to be imputed by us. So I'm sorry for the noise, so sorry. So now, so I'm going to come over here and pick the post requests. Click on posts, right? And then click on the send button. I hope it works. You can see it says 201 created. That's perfect, created it. You can see the status there. Let's take this up. You can see now we have a new notes object. You go down to the browser. Currently, we have 9 of them. We have 9 here, number 9. So I refresh the page now. We're going to have the 10th one. Because we have the 10th one over here. That's perfect now. So let's look on updating this notes. Go down to Postman. So let's update these notes. Okay, we're going to pass on the slug. What is happening? Sorry, let's pass in the slug. New notes is a slug. Putting the // is important for post requests. So I'm going to just call this new notes updated, right? So now I'm going to say new notes updated. So I'm going to change this to the puts requests, puts, and then I think everything should be fine. Click on the send button. It says 404 not found. Okay, so I think the endpoint is called notes details. Right? I think it's called notes. No, it's called notes/slug. Right, so what's the problem? Okay, let's see. Notes/slug. But it's not working. Let's try the get requests. Send. Oh, it's still not working. Okay. So I think for it to work, go down to your code now. Let's add the / here. That's important. Add it. Back to your, come over here. You can see we have that there. So let's do the get request one more time. Okay, I think it just, okay, perfect, it got it now. So let's try updating. Remember we added updated here, put in the put requests. So let's send. Let's look out for the status. If it says 200, okay, that's fine. Right, you can see it has been updated, right? Perfect, right? So I can also delete this if I want to. Come over here, choose the delete requests, and then send. As you can see, it says so for no content, and that's done. It's having deleted to the browser. We confirm it, refresh the page. You can see you can see now the 10th note has been removed. It has been deleted. So that's perfect now. So now over to our URLs now. These are the endpoints you're going to be using on the front end. We're going to say these are the endpoints. Let's write them out. Okay guys, so right now these are the list of our endpoints. So the first one is to get all our nodes and create new nodes, while the second one is to get specific nodes whereby you can update the nodes, you can get a specific nodes, update, and also delete a specific nodes. So I think we are done with the backend. We are done with the backend. So next we're going to move over to the React part. So we're going to build up the interface of our Note application using React.js. Okay guys, so we just finished building up the backend API. So I think now it's time for us to build up the user interface using React. Understand? So we're going to build this up using just React. So it's going to be static at first. So when we are done building this interface, we're going to then connect the front end and the back end together to make a full stack application. Understand? But now we want to work on the front end alone with React.js. So without further ado, we are getting started right now. So right now, let's head straight to our terminal. So I'm going to open my command prompts. Oh yeah, let me search for my command prompts. So here's my command prompts. Search for CMD. Okay, so it should come up right away. So I have it here. Okay, so before I'm going to go into my favorite directory for creating my React projects, I'm going to go down to my document directory, cd documents, and then I'm going to go into cd react_204. And once I'm here, it's time for me to create my React project. So I'm going to say, we're going to run this command. So as for you out there, make sure you have Node.js installed. So go down to nodejs.org. Just search for Node.js. So this first link, come over here and make sure you have Node.js installed. So I don't know why it's taking time. So right now, for you to check if you have Node.js installed, just simply type in node and then -v. It should be node then -v. Yeah, just node -v. Currently I am using Node.js version 20.11.1. So as for you, do the same for yourself. So as you can see here, I am currently using Node version 20.11.1. So if you don't have this version, if nothing comes up on your end, make sure you come over here and then download Node.js. It's very, very important. So once this is done, So come over here now, and let's create our React project. So I'm going to say npm create vit. It's enter. So we're going to wait for it. So right now it's asking for our project name. So I'm going to call it, let's call it React Notes App. React Notes App, right? So enter. So right now we're going to pick. You can see we have the vanilla, Vue, React, Preact, and the rest. So we're going to choose React. It's enter. So right now we have different languages. So we are sticking in JavaScript. It's enter. And now it's asking us to run those 3 commands. So the first one is we're going to go cd into React Notes App. It's enter. And right now you have to run the other command called npm install, and then it's enter. So npm install is going to take quite some time, but we're going to wait for it while it installs the dependencies for our React project. Let's wait for it. So right now we are done with the installed command. So we have all our dependencies already installed for our React projects. So now we are going to simply open this directory on VS Code by doing code, then dots, then hit enter. So we are going to have this directory open on VS Code. So let's wait for it. I think it's up. What's happening? Okay, it's here already. So yes, I chose the authors, and okay. So now let's run the React server. So click on these 3 ellipses, then terminal, new terminal. So then we are going to simply run. Let's work with command prompt. So we are going to simply run npm run dev. Hit enter. So right now you can see we have our local development URL. So hold down Control and click on it. We are going to have this open on the browser. Okay, it's coming up. Pop-up shop. Yeah. So right now we have our React project running. So what we want to do next? We want to simply convert this interface to this interface. So we are going to start working. We are going to work on that next. Okay, so right now let's simply return a hello world message first instead. So it's back to the code. So bring this a bit downwards. So over it in the source folder we have the app component. This is the parent component. Every other component is going to be placed in this app components before the component can be displayed on the browser. Understand? So right now I'm going to clear up the app component, so we don't need it. So okay, before I do that, so we don't need this CSS file, the app.css, we don't need it, so we also simply delete it. We don't need that, so it's gone. So as for the app components, Control A, leave it blank, we don't need what is there. Okay, so we have the main components. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now, so I think what we need now is these 3. We need the app components, the index of CSS, and then the main.jxs. So as I said before, the app component is the parent component. Every other component needs to be placed inside of this component before it can be displayed on the browser. So this is the global style sheet which is the index.css, and over here we have the main.jxs. So this main.jxs is responsible for passing up our app components down to this HTML file that is being displayed. Understand? So React is meant for building single page applications. So this is a single HTML that is being displayed on the browser, and this main.jxs file is responsible for passing the app components down to this file. You understand? So now that we've done this, what's the next step? So we're going to go down to our app components. We want to simply display a hello world message, right? You understand? So you have to create a component over here and then display hello world. So for you to write your component faster, there is a React snippet. So go down to your extension panel and search for EX7 plus, EX7 then plus. Let's just for it. Okay, you can see it over here. So click on it now. It's called EX7 plus React/Redux/React native snippet. So make sure you have this extension installed. You can see currently it has over 11 million downloads. That's huge. So that's that. So as for me, I already have it installed. So there's a snippet. It's RAFCE. Let me make this big. It says RAFCE and you just hit enter. Sorry. RAFCE and enter. Right now I just created this snippet. You just created this component for me quickly. That's perfect. So over here I'll simply just have in hello world h1 hello world, right? The browser, right? You can see we have hello world. So as for the styling, I'm going to simply come over here. I don't need the styles for now. Please leave the browser. Perfect. So we have our hello world being displayed now. So right now, I want to simply have what we have here. We want to build up something like this on this page, right? So now let's start. So we're going to create our components. So we're going to create a new folder called components inside of this source folder. So right click, new folder. I'm going to call it components. It's enter. So in this component now, we're going to have, want to start with the nav. Okay. We want to start with the navbar. So now I'm going to create a new component in this folder. I'm going to call it navbar, navbar.jxx, and it's enter. So for me to create a component for this file, I'm going to use a snippet RAFCE, enter, and yes, I have this. As for the navbar HTML code, I already have it. Remember, this was built before this video, so I'm going to simply copy the code and paste on what I'm doing currently, on what we are doing currently. So when we are done, I'm going to share the source code with you guys so you can build your own Note application with ease. Hope you understood. So right now we have the codes on this other VS Code. So I'll simply copy what we have. Let me just make this guy's big. Okay, so I'll just simply copy this navbar. Before I copy it, I need to copy my CSS. So you have our style.css here, Ctrl A, Ctrl C, copy it over to the new project, go down to your index.css, and then paste it there, paste cell, okay. This is our CSS code. Don't worry, I'm going to share the source code with you guys. So to the browser, let's see, okay, you can see perfect now. You can see now the font size, the fonts family has changed. It's looking better than it was. That's perfect. Okay, now, so right now, let's go create our navbar components over here. There's our navbar, so we can simply copy the code from here. So, just simply copy this navbar. Ctrl C over here. Okay, right now we have our navbar. So right now we have the navbar code. We have the navbar code here, but there's a problem. If you check closely now, you can see we have some red lines like this link. This needs to be imported, and this guy also needs to. This is an icon from React icons, so they need to be imported, right? So how do we fix this? So it's simple. Go down to the terminal, and then we need to install the React icons package. So I'm going to open a new command prompt now, and I'm going to simply run. Okay, I'm going to say npm npm install React icons. So we need React icons, understand? So I'm going to simply just hit enter. So let's just for it to get installed. And as for the link, okay, let's wait for it. Some bit done. So right now, you can see now React icons is already installed. So as for this now, just hold down Control hold down Control and then the period sign. So I was trying to import this from React icons, but it's fine. Let's go down to your browser and search for React icons. It is a file, React icons. Okay, here is it. So sync this link, the npm link. Oh, I think I was wrong. Not this one. I think it's the first link, the GitHub link. Yeah, the GitHub pages. Click on it. So yeah. So now I was trying to import this icon. So this is the icon here. I'll just simply search for it here. Control C. Come over here. So here is it. So here is the import here. Copy this. Control C. Down to your browser. So paste it. You can see the red sign is gone. You can see that's fine. So we also you can see on this is the link, and you can see we have this link tag. So in HTML, this is meant to be the anchor tag, the A tag, but in React we use the link tag. So we also need to import this link tag. So we also need to import this link tag. And how we can do that, we need to install in a different package called the React Router DOM. Understand? So let's do that right away. So we're going to just say npm install React Router, then DOM. It's enter. Let's wait for it. Okay, it's done installing now. So let me try hold down Control and then the period sign on your keyboard, or it's not also. So I'm going to come over here and say import link from React Router DOM. You can see now the red sign is gone. So we have our navbar. Our navbar is looking good, right? So this is our navbar. So we need to pass this navbar to the app components. Over here is the app component. So I'm going to remove this H1. So I'm going to just come over here. So in React, we are meant to have one single parent element. So right here, I'm using the React fragment to serve as that single parent element. So I'm going to pass in my navbar here. I'm going to say nav navbar, and I'm going to simply close it. Okay, so I need to have this imported. Hold down Control and period. I don't know why it's not suggesting the import, but it's fine. Come over here and let's say import. Now, for right now, I want to import this. I want to import this function. This function, right, from this file called navbar.jxx. So I'm going to say import navbar. So you can see all the suggestion already. Click on it. Yeah, so we have this already. So we'll go down to the browser now. We're going to simply see this navbar. The browser, come up here. Up, it's not showing. What's the problem? Okay, so on the browser, we can't see anything on the browser. So you might be wondering what the problem is. So let's go down to the console. Just press F12. So here's the console. You can see having some errors here. It's saying, okay, link is not defined. I defined link. Link is defined, isn't it? So let's do the problem. Refresh this page. We're saying something about link retref from here. So I think it is too early for us to use this link tag. So we are going to go back. So as for this part here, I think it is too early for us to start using the link tag. I think so. So I'm going to sync over. Let's use the A tag for now. Use the A tag A. I'm going to post in the href. Alright, so close this on the A tag. This should be the problem. Scroll down. We also have one here. This is the A tag. So when we get to React Router proper, we're going to use the link tag. So as for now, the A tag uses the href attributes, and also here the A tag uses href, right? The browser, you can see we have the navbar displaying, but it's looking ugly, right? So we need to install Bootstrap because our project also requires Bootstrap. So come over here. I'm going to say npm install Bootstrap. bootstrap, enter. So let's wait for it. So right now I think we are done installing bootstrap. So go down to your main.cxs. You understand where we have our where we have the index of CSS linked. So up here I'm going to import bootstrap. I'm going to say import here. I'm going to say bootstrap slash dict slash CSS / I'm meant to suggest something. Bootstrap slash CSS slash. Oh, it's meant to suggest those things for me. What's going on? Bootstrap. Then you go down to this folder, then CSS, then it should be bootstrap.css. The browser. Perfect. You can see now it shows already. This is perfect, and I can see our stuff of the navbar is looking good, and that's thanks to Bootstrap. So if I comment this line out, our navbar turns back, looks ugly now. So let's uncomment the Bootstrap, and that's fine. Okay, now right now we have successfully added the navbar components. Okay, so right now we've added the navbar. So what's next? So from what we have here, let's adopt these filter components instead, whereby you can filter the nodes by their categories. So now let's adopt the filter components. Okay, so what next? So now I'll go down to the browser, and over here, to your components folder, create a new file. I'm going to call it filter.jxx. It's enter. So I'm going to do RAFCE, enter. So I'm going to simply copy the filter code, just this div, Ctrl+C, and over here, paste it. Okay, so our app components just here, I'm going to pass on the filter. So let's see, control and then period. It's not adding the import, that's fine. I'm going to say, so right now I want to import this function from the filter.jxs file. So go down to your app component, I'm going to say import filter from /components/filter. So now we are trying to, so we just imported this function, this component, right? It's the browser. Boom, you can see our filter is there. That's cool. So next now I want to work on the NoteCard container. You can see this, we have this individual cards, right? So this individual cards, so they are placed in a container. So we're going to create the container first. So over here I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to call the components NoteCard container .jxx. It's enter. NoteCard, I think I spelled it wrongly. It's NoteCard container. Hope it's correct this time. Okay, no, it's correct. So RAFCE, you know what this RAFCE is for now. So perfect. I want to make the video faster. Like, I don't want us to spend too much time trying to create these things. So I'll just copy the first. Okay. I see what I did here. Just copy this div. Ctrl+C. Let's come over here. Paste it. So I don't need this NoteCard. Leave. Okay, it's empty. So let me just put H1 here. Let's say H4. Let's say NoteCard container. So we need to go down. We need to make sure this is on the app components. So come over here. NoteCard. This is not suggesting this for me. Wow. It's fine. It's the browser. Okay, perfect. Now, so right now, let's go create our individual notes card. These guys, these boxes. So let's work on that next. So over here, I'm going to call the component NoteCard. NoteCard.jxx. Enter. I'm going to say RAFCE. Yep. Oh, sorry. RAFCE. So once the suggestion pops up, you hit enter. So that's how it's done. So let's copy the NoteCard code. So let's copy this. It's quite big, but not too big. Copy it. So I'm gonna paste it here. Yep. So you have this now. Oh, let's see. So now let's use the A tag and not the link tag. The A for now. When we get to React routing, we're going to switch back to link. But for now, let's stick with the A tag. So, Mark, okay, we need to import this. This is an icon. Let's import it. Sure. I'm going to just copy it. Go down to the React router. Just paste it here. It's MD marked or red. This is it here. Copy. I'm gonna paste it on top. Let's see. Okay, the red sign is gone. So we also need to import this. Ctrl C. Close. Paste it here. Yeah. So this color, let's just give it a color of, let's just pass in a prop here. Okay, this color, I'm going to simply just give it, let's just say blue. So blue for now. We'll come back to this. This should be the A tag, href, and the A tag. Okay, what next? So these are all we need now. So we're going to simply have this notes card. What am I doing? So we're going to simply have this notes card imported inside of NoteCard container. So we're going to do notes card, right? No notes card. It takes time to suggest those things. So right now it's helps us to import it on top. That's fine to the browser. Show up. Okay, perfect. Because we have our notes card. That's perfect. So I'm going to remove let's remove this heading. So if I duplicate this notes card, we're going to have. Okay, now let's see. Perfect. So now we are done with the home page. This is the home page now. So next, I want to go work on the add notes page now. So let's work on that next. So guys, right now it's time for us to work with multiple pages. Currently we are on the home page. So we want to be able to go down to the add notes page and we'll see the form to add a new note, just like what we have here. So we have multiple pages over here, right? So let's work on this instead. So let's work on adding multiple pages rather. So over here. So come over here and we're going to add a new folder in the source folder. So in the source folder, create a new folder called pages. we're going to call it pages. Then hit enter. So in this pages folder, the first file I will create is the home page file. So I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it homepage.txx. Sorry, .jxx, enter. So we are going to use our snippet one more time. Yep. So now what we're going to do is simple. So I'm going to simply create a single parent element using the React fragments. Yes. So now, as for what we have here, the filter on the NoteCard container. Okay, so right now, this filter and NoteCard container are meant to be on the home page. So I'm going to simply remove them from here, Control X, and then over to the home page. Paste it here. Yeah, so this is what we need to do. So simply have to import them. Oh, so I'm going to say import filter from. Then so I'm going to come up. So I'm going to say dot slash pages. Slash components. Slash components. Then /filter. So I'm going to say import NoteCard container. I'm going to say import NoteCard container. Okay, so I'm wondering why are we using double dots here? That's because we have to come out of our current folder, which is pages, and then go into components. That's why we have to use this dot, because we have to come out from our current folder, which is pages, and then after we've come out, so we can then go into components. So previously we're using a single dot. That's because we're trying to access a file that we are in the same directory with. I also hope you understand what I'm saying. Understand? So, okay, now so we've gotten our home page now. So our page now has nothing. It only has this navbar. Don't worry, I will come back for the navbar. I'll leave the navbar the way it is. So we are going to come back for the navbar. So right now, we want to work with want to do some routing. So in the app components, I'm going to say const router should be equal to, I'm going to say create browser router. Yeah, so it has been imported for me. Remember we had to install React router DOM at the beginning of this front-end session. So now we have the create browser router, and then we're going to also have another one called create routes from elements. Yeah, I think that's it. Create routes from elements. Yes, and then we're then going to have the route itself. Routes. Oh, it suggested this for me. Routes. So see, it has been imported for me. Routes, create browser route, create routes from elements. And as for the route now, I want to simply put in the paths. So I'm going to say index should be. I'm going to say the index page. Our index is going to point out to the home page. And I'm going to then say elements should be equal to this. I'm going to point out to the home page components I just created. And I'm going to close it. Open this too. So now let's import home page. Let's say import home page. Yeah. So we don't need all these guys on top. We don't need them again because they are now all inside home page apart from the navbar. Okay, now so we've gotten what we want. So this navbar, I'm going to remove everything we have here. So okay, now we're going to then return our route provider. I'm going to say router provider. Then I'm going to router provider as a prop called router, and I'm going to say router should be equal to this router we have here. I'm going to say router. So right now we just created. So right now we just added a new part for the home page. You understand? So whenever you come down to our website, you are going to first see the home page. Hope you understand. So right now it's the browser. Ouch, throw an error. Okay, sorry. Remove the add notes. So go down to the main domain itself, enter, and yes, we have our home page. If you check closely now, our navbar has disappeared. if from what we have here, you can see that we have the navbar on every pages. We have the navbar on the home page. We have the navbar on the add notes page. We also have the navbar on the detail page. You can see the navbar appears everywhere. So the navbar has a different configuration. Understand? So I'm going to show you how that is being done. Okay, guys. Right now, let's configure the navbar. So how do we go about it? So right now we only have the navigation bar. So sometimes we might have the navbar, the footer, whereby they're going to appear on every pages. But in this tutorial, in this application, we only have the navbar. So, okay, let's work on it straight away. So we're going to create a new folder one more time. And this folder is going to be located in the source folder, just like the others. So I'm going to call this folder layouts. Let's call it layouts. And in this folder, we are going to have a file called main layouts. It can be called whatever name you like, you understand? So I'm going to say main layouts.jxx and hit enter. So now we're going to use the React snippet, the RAFCE, create a new component there. And this is what we have. So perfect. So, and just here, we're going to add a parent. We're going to add a React fragment as a parent. Instead, in the React components, we only have a single parent. So I'm going to put in the navbar. The navbar, yes. Yep. So we have the navbar here. So this is the navbar. So once you added the navbar, you need to also add the body, which is the body. Remember, this is nav. So we have the navbar, right? So you need to also represent what is going to come, what's going to be under the navbar, and these are the items under the navbar. This home page, this add form page. These are the items that's going to be enclosed in. That's going to be enclosed by the navbar, because the navbar is going to be on every pages. So to represent all those items that will be enclosed in the navbar, so we are going to call them outlets. So it's called outlets, understand? So outlets, and it's coming from React Router DOM. So we have the navbar. The navbar is like a parent element now, and the outlets are the different pages that's going to have the navbar. That is going to have the navbar. Hope you understood. So now we have done this now. Alright, so now I'm going to go down to our app components. Okay, now so the app component now, you can see we have the routes here. Right? So the navbar is going to serve as a parent route. And this is what I mean. So we're going to have another route. Right? And we're going to close this route. Yep, so we just close the routes. So then I'm going to put in this home page route inside of this route. Yep, just like that. And this route is going to have a path. It's going to have, this is the part of the route, and then the element is going to be the element is going to simply point down to the main layouts.jxx, right? Main layouts. Main layouts. And then we have to close it. I need to import that main layout. Yeah, select that. And this is what we have, right? This is what we have. Perfect. So if I go down to the page right now, you're going to see the navbar. You can see that the navbar is now up here. You can see we have the navbar. Perfect. Right? So now, once this is done, the next one I want to work on the, I want to work on the on this add notes page. You can see currently it's train a 4 for not found. So I want to work on this add notes page. Let's work on that. I want to work on this form. So I'm going to work on that next. So now let's work on the add notes page. Understand? So remember it's a separate page, or it has its own separate page, right? So now we're going to go down to the code now, and we're going to add a new page now. Let's call it add notes page. .jxx, hit enter, and you're going to say RAFCE. Yep, so we're going to copy the code from here. Copy this form. Yeah, Ctrl C. And over here, let's paste it. So we have the form code now. Okay. Everything looks good. So we have the add notes page, a separate page of its own. Go down to the app components. So we're going to add a new route. It's going to say routes. And they're going to say paths should be equal to add notes. And the elements is equal to, you just say the add notes page, hit enter, and then close it, and then close it. Yeah, so we've gotten this now, and so whenever you go down to whenever you hit this URL / add notes, you'll be taken down to this add note page. Understand? So one thing is left. So this page requires a CSS file. So I'm going to add a new CSS file for it. So I'm going to call it add notes page.css. So I'm going to copy the CSS here. So here now paste it. So you need to import this CSS into the add note page. Just on top, I'm going to say imports. We'll say then on page / add notes. It's meant to be add notes page.css. Did I spell it wrongly? So, okay. I think I spelled it wrongly. It should be add notes page. Let's follow a particular convention. Add notes page.css, right? So over here it's called add notes page.css, right? Okay, I think I'm making a mistake. It's meant to be called pages. Let me see if it's gonna say. Let's say add notes. Oh, it's the same thing. .css. Sorry, what am I doing? They're in the same folder, right? They're in the same folder, pages. So we don't need to add in pages again. So this is what we need. So let's see if it is going to suggest add notes. Add notes page. It's not suggesting .css. It's fine. So now, whenever we click on this button we have here, we want to go down to that page. So go down to your NavBar components. You can see this is the button. You can see it's called add notes. Right, this is the button, and here is the link tag. There is the anchor tag. So you remember we are working in React. So I have to convert this to the A tag, to the link. So you know it was once anchor tag. So let's by default it uses, in HTML we use the anchor tag, but in React we use the link tag. So I'm going to change this to link. So this href turns to 2, and it is called add notes. Let's be sure it is correctly spelled. So I'm doing some of this guy. Let me close some of the stuff that are opened here. We're doing its main layouts. Here's our app components. It's called add notes, and over here in the navbar, it's called add notes, not add notes. It's called add notes, right? So this link also. Okay, the browser, click on it. Perfect. You can see we brought down to the add notes page, right? So I want to make right now, I want to make sure that whenever we click on this heading, on this title, on this logo, I want to make sure that we go back to the home page. So if I click on it, I want us to get back to the home page. And so currently it has to reload before it gets back. It's not meant to be so. If you notice, right, if I click on this add notes, you can see the page does not reload. If I click over here, the page reloads. So let's go back to the NavBar. I think it's here. This is where we have it. So we're going to use the link tag one more time. The link tag. And it should be the two attributes. And this should also be link. You can see we have link imported. Remember at the beginning it was not working. That's because we had not configured our routes. That's because we haven't configured all this stuff and this route provider. That's why it wasn't working. But right now that we've configured it, here's our navbar. It should work fine. The page now, if I click on add notes, click on this, you can see it's working fine now. So one more page, we want to work on this detail page, on the notes detail page. So let's do that. Hope nothing is missing. So go down. A lot of things are open there and I don't like it. Let's close it. So let's close this, guys, make it look clean. So now in the source folder, we're going to go down to the pages folder and create a new file, a new page. We're going to call it notes detail page.jxx. We're going to use our snippet RAF. Yeah. So you've gotten this. So now I'm going to copy the code for the note detail page from where we have it. So it comprises of this. Just copy this, copy it downwards. Let me just copy the div for now. And over here, I guess it also has a CSS file. So you can see we have some icons on the node detail page. We have this icon, these two icons, this pen icon and this trash icon. So let's go get those icons. So just copy this. You can simply copy the imports from here to save time. Let's copy the imports from here just to save time. Okay, they are there now. So for the CSS, I'm going to just a new file. I'm going to call it notes detail page.css. So I'm going to simply copy the code from here. Paste it, and then we have to import this CSS into the node detail page. I'm going to say imports. It's called notes node detail page.css. So now let's go add a route for this component. Go down to the app components and just here I'm going to say routes. That should be the paths, should be here say note detail, and then the elements should be equal to note detail page. Note detail page. So I have to import note detail page. I'm going to say imports notes detail page. That's been imported. Perfect. So when do we see this node detail page? So now I'm going to just come over here, go down to your components folder, to your NoteCard components. You can see on the title, where's title? Yeah, this is the title. I'm referring to this. I'm referring to this title, right? I'm referring to this title we have here. So we're going to add a link to that title. So I'm going to say so. Let me just say note detail. So later, when we start consuming the endpoint, it's going to be a dynamic link whereby if you click on a particular note, it will take it down to the detail page of that note. Right now, everything is still static, right? So now just copy this, Ctrl C, Ctrl X, and then paste it here. Yup. Let's remove okay. So you make sure let's have link imported, hold down Ctrl and period. It's not, so let's say imports link from React router DOM to the browser now. This is our page. Remove this guy, go down to this localhost 5474. I can see now. Okay, now you can see I don't like the color. Let's take it back to the way it was. Go down to that page, and we're going to style this React link. Let's style it. So we're going to add a style. I want to say I'm going to say text decoration. Text. Let's say text decoration should be none. You don't need any of it. None. That's the underline. And the color should remain black. Color should be black. Yes. Perfect. It's back to normal. So click on it. Okay. So it's not dynamic. It takes us down to the same page. It's not dynamic. So now we've been able to cover. We have been able to build up we've been able to build up the front end with React. By the way, this is still static, so we've made some progress already. Okay, so right now let's work on the edit note page. Understand? So whenever we create a note, we want to be able to edit or update this note. So we want to work on a page for that. This page is going to be similar to the add notes page. Understand? So I'm going to create a new file called edit notes page .jxx, hit enter. Okay, so we have that there. So it's going to be the same. Let's create the component RAFCE. Enter. So you've gotten this now. So it's going to be the same structure as the add notes page. The same structure is that. So add notes page. Copy the code there. Let's copy this form. It's just that whenever you go down to the edit notes page, the form will be pre-filled with the notes you want to edit. That's just the difference. The form will always be pre-filled with the notes you want to edit. So edit notes page, I'll paste in the code here. Okay. Remember it has a CSS file. Go down to your add notes page, it has a CSS file. Copy the CSS. Ctrl C. Yeah. Paste it here. So now let's go add the routes for this template for this page. Let's add a route. So just see, I'm going to call it I'm going to just simply copy this, Ctrl C, paste it here. I'm going to call it edit notes, and I'll call this add edit notes too. And yes, that's what we want. Edit notes page. And yes, remember we have to go down to your detail page. This page here. You have to add a link to this button. Oh, where's the detail page? No detail page. So where's the edit button? Yeah, this is it. So I'm going to add a link, paste this guy inside. I have to import link on top. Say from, we're going to say imports link from React Router DOM. And then over here, I'm going to say tool should be equal to edit notes. And let's see what it looks like to the browser. Okay, click on it. It's not working. Oh, sorry, you're meant to be here. Not so. Currently, you're working on this, not this. Hope you understand. You're working with this. You understand? So go down to the detail page. Click on the edit button. Perfect. So it works. Understand? Currently, what we have is what we have here is static. So when we start fetching data, whenever you click on the edit button, it's going to have the form pre-filled with the notes contents. Understand? So we are done with this. Session. So from the next session, we are going to start working with real data from the backend. So see in the next session. Okay, so right now we're done with the front end. We've built up the user interface and we've also built up our REST API. Understand? So right now it's time for us to integrate these two components. We want to integrate the backend. Want to integrate the backend and the front end. So we are going to be doing that right now. So the first thing we need to do, want to make sure the backend and the front end can interact with each other. That's the first thing you have to do. And there's a package called Django course headers. So this package enables your Django API to communicate with our React front end. So now we're going to get the package right now. Go down to the browser and search for Django course headers. Let's enter. So I think, okay, I'm going to use this. Let's use this one from stackorg.com. So we're going to open it now and follow the instructions on how to configure Django course for your project. So right now, let's scroll down. So right now you can see it says that course is a mechanism to allow interaction with resources hosted on different domains. Understand? So right now, we have our backend, we have the API on a different domain, on a different port number. We also have our front end on a different domain. Understand? So right now, I want to make sure both of them can communicate with each other. So that's where course comes in. Understand? So how do we set this up? So just scroll down. So first of all, you need to make sure you have Django course headers installed. Here's the package, Django course headers. So just copy this down to my Django server. So okay, I'm going to bring the server and then run this command, hit enter. So it's going to run. So while it's running now, let's continue with the setup. So scroll down. So we are going to add course headers to our installed apps. Go down to your Django projects in the settings.py file. So we're going to add Django course. We're going to add the course headers. Understand? So I think right now we've been able to install the Django course headers. You can see right here it says successfully installed Django course headers. We're not done with the setup. Just scroll down. So right here we need to have this middleware, this course headers middleware. Just copy it and then go down to your middleware. On top of you have to get this. So copy this middleware, the course headers middleware, and we have to take it down to the middleware in our Django settings. So here we are. So it has to be on top of the common middleware. So let's place that there. So you have it there. So what next? So scroll down. So right now we need to set the list of allowed domains that can access our API. Understand? So I'm going to copy this now. Copy down to your settings.py file. Let's just paste it around here. So right now we have to list out the domains that can access this API we built. So if we check the browser, we have 5173 here. I'm going to copy it. This is our front end domain, our local domain, right? So right now I'm going to copy that. I'll simply paste it here. You paste it here. Oh, sorry. So now we have this. Now we have localhost and port 5173. I'll duplicate this for 5174. Understand? So let's duplicate for 5174. Paste it here. Yeah. So we have that too. So these are the so right now these are the two domains that can access our APIs. So I'm going to remove the other two. And yes, this is what we have now. So once you've done this, what else? So that's all we need. So we are going to ignore this course allowed origin. So we are going to ignore this part. So I'm going to stop here. This is all we need. So once you've done this now, make sure your server is running. Go down and run your Django server. So it's running. And currently I am running my Django server on port 8008. It threw an error. And the error is coming from here. Let's see. It's trying to say, so let's remove this /. Remove it. You don't need the 12. You don't need the / at the end. Remove them. So everything is fine now. Okay, now, so we're going to go down to our React application and we'll try and fetch our notes. Understand? So you can see I have the endpoint listed here. So to get all the notes, this is the endpoint. So right now I'm going to simply change the port number. Currently what we have here is 8004, but currently we are using 8008. Yeah, so we've got this. So right now let's go and fetch these notes on the React application. Understand? So what we have here are dummy nodes. They are dummy, they are static. So I want to get real data from the backend, understand? So I'll go down to my React. I'm going to go down to your React. So right now I am in my React application, and I want to fetch these nodes from the backend, from the Django backend. So right now, I'm going to simply declare a state, and I'm going to call this notes. I'm going to say const note. So this tutorial is not meant for complete beginners. So you must have some React, and you must also have some Django knowledge. It is not for complete beginners, understand? So I'm going to declare a state, and I'm going to say const notes, and I'll say set notes. So we are going to then set our setter function called set notes, and then we are going to simply say use state, and also done this now to be an array. So notes is an array. It's going to be an array of objects. So we need to make sure we have use state imported. Hold down control and period. Okay, we have to import use state from React. So I'm going to say import on top, import use state from React, right? So we've got that now. Hope I'm correct. Okay, so let's proceed. Okay, so right now I made a mistake here. It's supposed to be parentheses. And yeah, so now we have our state called notes, and it's an empty array. So now, right now, we need to fetch. Okay, it's called use state. Yeah, so yeah, the red line is gone. So right now, I want to fetch the notes from the backend. So we're going to use the use effect hook. So I'm going to say use effect. Then we're going to declare a function. I'm going to just say function, and then right now I think I spelled function wrongly. Oh, let's just use the arrow function to make things a bit clearer. So use effect. Let's import use effect also. Come up here. So we're going to use effect hook to fetch our data from the backend, and then we are going to use ashes. So we are going to use ashes is a technology for fetching data. You understand? The browser has the fetch API. So now JavaScript has a new package called hashes that helps us also fetch data, and it does it very, very well, you understand? So right now we need to import this package called hashes. Go down to your terminal. I'm going to open a new one, and then I'm going to say npm install hashes. Okay, let's wait for it. Our terminal is coming up. Let's wait for it. I'm going to say npm install hashes. Then hit enter. So while it installs, let's proceed. We're going to say hashes.get. So once we get the data from the backend, so remember that we have the APIs over here. We have the endpoints. I'll just copy this, Ctrl C, down to my front, and I'll paste it here. Okay, let's see if hashes is done installing. Okay, hashes is still installing. Let's wait for it. Okay, while it installs, let's continue. So I'm going to say hashes.get. So this is going to return a promise. It's going to return a promise, right? So we have to handle the promise, and the promise can either be resolved or rejected. So right now we are going to have two functions. We're going to have the .then. So the .then now, so with the .then helps to undo the resolved promise. Right? The .catch helps to undo the rejected promise. So now we are going to undo both of them. So right now I'm going to say response. I want to see what the response is. We're going to simply console.log response.data. Right, so now I want to simply see right now we are going to get the response from this. So let me pass in my HTTP. You have to pass in your transfer protocol, which is HTTP. Don't forget. Let's see if this hashes is done. Okay, we have hashes already installed. So you have to import hashes, hold down control, and then period on your computer. Well, I don't know why it's not installing. It's not. So I'm going to say import hashes. Yeah. So now we have hashes imported now. Perfect. Okay, now, so all we have to do is this. So now what we're doing now is that we are simply fetching from this endpoint. And right now, this .then helps to undo the promise if everything goes well. So we are going to have the catch now, the .catch. So if there's a problem, this catch is going to simply tell us what the problem is. So I'm going to simply just say console.log. Let me return. I'm going to say console.log. Error.message. So we've got this now. So now, right now we have to pass a dependency array to this use effect. So I'm going to pass it there. So this array is going to make sure that this function runs once. Understand? So what am I doing here? It should be error. Right now we're going to simply have error.message here. Error, yeah, that's it. So now, I said before, this dependency array makes sure that this effect runs once. Understand? That's what it does. Understand? So if you remove this dependency array, this use effect is going to run multiple times. Understand? So to avoid that, we have to just add this dependency array. And so right now we're going to go down to the browser. Yeah, and then we also refresh the page. Yeah, so our page is refreshed now. Open the console. And you can see right here. You can see we have two arrays. Understand? So we check this array now. We are going to see the notes. You can see we have one note now. We've been able to fetch it. And you can see right now. You can see we have two arrays. So in React, whenever we use effects, and you try to console something, the console is going to appear twice on your browser. You understand? So that's how the use effect works. You understand? So whenever you try to console an item in a use effect, it's going to come out twice. So right now the .then is being resolved. It's been resolved, and the promise is being resolved, and we have our .then code executed. It means there was a problem. We are going to have the catch block executed, but right now there's no problem. And we have the .then block executed. That means everything is fine. You understand? So right now we have this note this state called notes. It is an empty array. So we need to pass this data to these notes, right? And we can only do that using this function called setNotes. So I'm going to come down here and say setNotes to response.data. So yes, now so we've gotten our notes from the backend and we've passed it over to the note state. You understand? And if we check closely now, we need this note in the NoteCard container. You understand? That's where we need the note. You get, but currently we can see now we are fetching the note in the app component. If you check now, the app component is the parent component. This is not meant to be fetched here. We are not meant to use this effect in the app component. We are not meant to use it here. But due to some reasons now, we want to make this note available to all components, to every component. That's why we had to fetch the notes in the app component. You understand? But right now, this note is needed in the NoteCard container, and we have the NoteCard container inside of home page. Inside this is where we have the NoteCard container. You get, so now right now we are going to come over to the notes now, and we are going to pass this note down to home page, and this is how we do it. We're going to say notes should be equal to notes. So this can be called whatever name you like. The first note is just a key, and the actual value is the note in the curly braces. So once you've passed it to the home page, once you've passed the note to the home page now, so you have to go down to the home page component and accept the notes you passed. You understand? You've given the home page the notes, right, that you got from the backend. So the home page needs to receive it. It needs to accept it. What we did here is that we gave this note to home page, or home page itself needs to come and accept it. So we're going to go down to the home page component, and then you need to receive this thing we're given by the app component. So we are going to receive it, and it is called notes. That we are using the value of this key. We are using the value. We are referring to this note, the first note we have. That's what you are calling over here. Is the first note, not the second one. You can call this data, and in the home page components, we are going to simply accept data. Understand? So we are working with the key. You understand? Not the value itself. So come back here. We are going to call it notes again. So it's notes. And as I told you before, we need this note in the NoteCard container. So we are going to simply pass this note again over to NoteCard. So we are going to just call it notes equal to notes. Right, so we've passed it over to NoteCard container. And right now, once you've done this, what's the next step? So NoteCard container needs to accept the notes. You understand? It needs to accept it. I go down to NoteCard container. Where are you? NoteCard container. Here is here. So I'm going to close the other things we don't need. You don't need some of. Okay, now I am NoteCard container. Now I'm going to accept the note that was passed over to me. I'm going to say notes. And yeah, so right now, what we're going to do is that, remember, this note is an array of objects. It is an array, right? We can say we have to pass the array, we have to pass the data we got from the backend to these notes, right? So it's an array of objects. It's an array of objects now. And we check closer now, we have several NoteCard. This NoteCard you see here is what makes up what we have on the browser. So instead of us to list out the NoteCards like this, we want to simply map through an array of objects to generate this NoteCard for us. So right now we only need one NoteCard. So we're going to simply map through this note to generate the appropriate number of NoteCard. Remember, these are the NoteCard. Each of these boxes, you can see now we only have one NoteCard now. So now let's generate the orders. So now we're going to come down here Remember in React now, for you to use this notes in this JXS, we have to use the curly braces. I'm going to say notes.map. Understand? Then we're going to have this is a JavaScript function, note.map. We're going to pass in the notes, and then you have to pass in this guy. Ctrl X, paste it here. Right, so now, yeah, so that's how we do it now. So this NoteCard needs a key prop. It needs something to make it unique. So if we check closely, each of our notes now, each of our notes has an ID. So I'm going to say pass the ID of the note. I'm going to say notes.id. And I also need to pass this notes over to NoteCard, because in NoteCard we need to get the name. In NoteCard now we have, right now we've gotten each of the notes from our database. We have 9 notes in our database, and over here we have 9 notes cards, right? So I'm going to simply pass this notes over to NoteCard too, because we need it in NoteCard. I'm going to pass it over to NoteCard. I'm going to say notes, and notes has to accept. NoteCard needs to accept this prop I passed. It needs to accept it. So go down to your NoteCard components now, and let's accept the notes object. I'm going to say notes, and yeah, so we are here now. And what are we doing? And over here, we're going to simply come over here. We have the note title here. We're going to simply say notes.title. And then over here, we have the notes body. So we have the notes category here. Let's put a notes category here. Notes.category. But if we check closer now, we can't pass the note body here. We have to get the first 20 words from our notes. Because if we pass in the whole body, it might be too much for this card to contain. You understand? You can check. If you check closer now, you can say the title is the title they are now dynamic. You can say we have marketing meeting with marketing team. You have the weekly plan, client call agenda. You can see now the title and the categories are now dynamic, right? So we are not done. So right now, let's also get the body of this note. So now, as I said before, you need to get the first 50 characters. Understand? So you cannot just pass the whole body on this small card. So over here, we don't see your notes card up here now. So we're going to just declare. I'm going to say let body equal to. Okay, so right now we're going to simply do this now. I want to simply get the first 20 characters from our note body. Understand? So I'm going to use template literals. Understand? So template literals. And here, I'm going to simply just say notes dot body dot split. Open mistake. So we are splitting by an empty space. Understand? So how we've done this now? Node dot body dot split. And then I'm going to come over here and do dot splice, right? So what this is called slice, not splice. So what this split does is that it gets the node body, and then this dot split simply break each word by spaces. Understand? So it's going to simply separate each word by their spaces, and then convert it to an array. That's what this dot split does. It converts a string to an array. Understand? Just by taking the character that differentiates the words, and right now is space that differentiates our body, our node body. Understand? And this dot slice now is going to simply like get. We want to do slice. We want to get the first 20 words, and then remember this is node dot body. The dot split simply convert node dot body to an array, and then separating each of the items by a space, and this dot slice helps us to get the first 20 words, and then the join is going to simply convert it back again to a string, but this time with spaces in between. And then I'm going to simply just add 3 ellipses instead. So we've gotten this as a body. So I think I will just have to just pass this over here to our body section. Pass it here. And let's hope this works to the browser. Alright, now you can see now we have the first 20 characters from each of our nodes. Right, so this is perfect. So we are not done. So what next? Once we work on this coloring, we want to make sure that the personal note has a different color. We want to make sure that the important node, they all have their different color code. They have their different coloring. You can see all of you check now, every note are having the same blue color on each of the icons they have. Right now, let's make sure that each of the nodes have their separate colors. Yeah, so right now, let's proceed now. Let's work on having different colors for different category of nodes, right? And over here, let's use the const instead of using let's. Const is much more recommended. Yep, so now we're going to declare another variable. We're going to say const color. Then we're going to use the if. I'm going to say if notes dot category, if it is equal to business, want to return the blue color blue. We're going to say else if notes dot category it's equal to personal. Once return the what? The green, let's say green color. And lastly, I'm going to say else. So then if notes is equal to business, return blue. Else, if notes is equal to personal, return green. Else, return, let's say purple. I'm going to pass color. So wherever you have this color, instead, so we have the color up here. So let's put in color there. And over here, the same color. And over here, the same color. So now, okay, we are here in NoteCard. So now we've done it now. So that's how it looks like. I would show. I did it wrongly. It's meant for the icon. So now it's the browser. What have we done? So I think we made some mistakes somewhere. So now, right now, we have our side stick. This is the side stick here. Okay, it's working. Side stick is working. It's behaving. It's working. But as for the title, we want the title to remain black in color. So I'm going to simply just put this as black. Yep, so that's title. As for this A tag, we don't need you, leave. I'm not using the A tag anymore. Right, so it's gone. This should be /. And what else? And as for this, and as for the envelope, I'm going to simply pass in the color. And after we've done that now, we have the other icon on top. I'm going to pass this color. And let's see. And now it looks gold. We have the blue. The business is the blue color. The personal is green. The important is purple. And I think it goes like that and like that, right? So now we're able to do this. So we're not done yet. We want to work on this time, right? So I'm going to copy the function that is responsible for converting. Right now, let's put in our I want to simply put in the last updated time here. Last updated. That's what I want to put over here. So if I get it now, let me just come over here. I'm going to say notes.updated. can see how long it is. It is not clear, but I'm going to use a function. I'm going to use a function right now. So let me copy the function. I think it's here. So just copy this, Control A, Control C, go down to your code now. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it formatdates.js. Formatdates.jx. It's enter. So I'll paste in the code here. I'll simply have to import this function into my NavCard container. Understand? So I can just come over and say import format dates here. Import format dates, and then I'm going to come over to this updated value, and we're going to call format. They're going to say format. Let's just put this in the parentheses. Don't worry, I'm going to share this. I'm going to share the source code with you guys, so don't worry. You're going to have the full source code. I'm going to say format dates. I hope it works. The browser. Waiting for you to change. Oh, it disappeared. So we have format dates. So guys, after refreshing, we have the notes. We have our updated field looking good again. So now I can see at the time this note was last updated. You can see this is more readable, and it's on, and everyone can understand what it's saying, right? So we've got this. We're going to fetch our notes, but we are not done. We're not done yet. So we're going to fetch our notes. So, and I want to say this now. There are times whereby when you're fetching the notes, it might take quite some time while fetching the note because of network or slow internet or whatever. So I want to show a loading indicator that tells us that our note is loading, it is fetching. So guys, so right now let's add a loading, a spinner that tells us that the note is current, that tells us that the note is fetching. So with the spinner we can know that something is actually with the spinner we can know that something is actually going on. Understand? So we're going to add the spinner before the load gets fetched. So before I proceed, I want to simply remove this throttle. Let's go back to no throttling, and yes, we've got that. Yeah, let's close this. So I'm going to create a new component for spinner. Before we do that, let's search for React spinners. React spinners. Let's enter. So the first link. Okay, you follow me while I do this. So first of all, we need to install React spinners. Copy this down to your browser, down to your edit to VSCode. So I'm going to paste the command and hit enter. While it's installing hotels, let's create a new component called loader. So I'm going to create a new component in my components folder, and the file is going to be called loader. .jxx. I can spell loader properly. Okay, now I'm going to do the RAFCE for our components. Okay, hit enter. And yeah, we're back here. Over there. So we just need some of the okay, copy. Let's copy this clip loader. Copy it to your loader component. Paste it here. We also have to import clip loader. So for the color, we don't need the color. So let's import clip loader first on top. Copy the clip loader, imports. Yep, so we've gotten our loader now, our loader component, but we're not done. We also need to copy this style, Ctrl C. Here's a paste. So paste it outside of the function. Remove this. That's for when you're using TypeScript. Okay, so you've gotten this. So right now I'm going to say override. It should be equal to. Yeah, so we've gotten this set now, right? So what next? So go down to the app components. I'm going to set a new state. I'm going to set a new state. I'm going to call this state. Okay, how do we do this now? I'm going to call it loading. I'm going to say it's loading. I'm going to say set is loading, and by default it's going to be false. So for right now, when the use effect starts, once to set, so when the fetch starts, once to simply set is loading to true, set is loading to true, and then if we get the response, we want to set is loading back to false. So that's what we need to do. Right now, I have to pass is loading down to the notes container. Yeah, notes container down to the NoteCard components. So I'm going to pass is loading. So and the component is inside of home page. So I'm going to say loading should be equal to is loading. I'm going to receive this loading inside of home page components. Passing the loading here. And once we've done that now, what next? We'll simply, so we need to pass loading down to NoteContainer. That's what we need, because that's what we need the load. That's what we need. It's going to say NoteContainer should be equal to. So we're going to pass in the loading here too. And we need to go and accept it in this component called NoteCard container. So we have loading over here. So right now we have the loading inside of NoteCard container. Understand? So we want to do something now. So I want to simply come over here. I'm going to say if loading is true. If loading is true, understand? So I want to simply have the loader displayed. So we're going to get the, what is it called again? The component is called loader. We want to have this component displayed, and it's called loader.jxs, right? Over here, I'm going to just come over here and do loader. Let's import. I'm going to say imports. Loader. Yeah, so imported now. So if loading is true, remember we have to set loading up in the app components, and it was set to false. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So over here we have loading sets. We have the list loading set to false. Instance. So when the data starts fetching, we have to now set loading to true. So if we are able to fetch the response, we are going to set loading back to false. So if loading is false, the spinner is meant to disappear. And remember, we want to use this loading in the NoteCard container. That's why I had to pass it down to the home page, and from the home page to the NoteCard. And we are now in the NoteCard container, and we are using the loading over here, right? So we are using it over here. So we need to also pass this loading inside here. Yeah, loading should be equal to loading. So you need to go and accept it in this loader. See here, where is it again? So you need to accept it here. And then it's called loading, not loader. Yeah, and then we're going to pass this loading over here. Yeah, it's needed over here, right? So let's make this 350. And purple, the border color should be purple. That's for the loader. So we've gotten this, and over to the NoteCard container. So if loading is true, we're going to have the loader displayed. But if it's not, you won't see the loader on the page. So refresh. Right, and you can see we have the loader. I hope you saw the right there. You saw the loader, right? You saw the page. You saw the load. You saw the spinner. If I refresh the page one more time, the spinner appears first, then the notes appears. Understand? So that's what's happening now. So we have the loader components. It's a standard. You can see that we have the loader. We have the components called loader. This is the spinner. So what we did now is we then had to go down to our app components, and we had to declare a state called is loading, and by default loading is false. So once the use effect starts trying to fetch, we are going to set loading to true. We are going to set is loading to true. If the data is being fetched, we are going to set loading back to false. That's what is happening. You get, so whenever you see loading on the screen, whenever you see the spinner on the screen, that's tell you that we are trying to fetch the data, and once the spinner disappears, that means the data has been fetched. So we then had to pass this is loading as a prop. We pass it down here. You can see loading equals to is loading. So we have to go down to home page to accept it. Understand? And we don't need this in home page. We need it in the NoteCard container. Understand? So you have to also go down here to NoteCard container to pass it in, and over to NoteCard container. We have to also accept it, and we then used it in the NoteCard component. We then used it in the NoteCard container component. I really hope you understand. Sorry for my accent. I'm trying my best. So that's it now. So we have it now. If we refresh the page, we're going to see the loader. Perfect. So next, I want to work on being able to see individual notes. Okay, now, so right now I want to work on seeing the note detail page. For example, if I click on weekly plan, I want to come over here and see the full notes, and then I want to be able to see the full notes, right? So I want to work on that right now. So how do you go about that? So first of all, I'm going to go down to our app components, app.jxs, and here is the notes page. Here is the notes page. So over here now, I'm going to change this part to notes/slug. So right now, you can see I have this colon here. This colon simply means that this slug is a dynamic value. And the slug value changes. This is not static. It is a dynamic value. So once we've gotten this, once we've gotten this now, I'll go down to my NoteCard container, to the NoteCard, where we have the heading. Understand? So go down to your NoteCard container. This is where we have this is where we have the title. This is the heading, H5. So you can see the URL here, the link to. So I'm going to point it down to. Let's use a template literals. So, and then we're going to have. We are using template literals, and then we are going to simply put in. First, we are going to say notes / So once you get the note slug, right? Notes.slug. Yeah, so this is what we want to do. Put in a / here. So this is the heading link on the NoteCard container. We'll go down to the page now. What's happening? So remove this and let's go back to your home page. Click on weekly planning. You can see now it's working. If you check now, if you go down to the URL, you can see we have note/weekly. We have note/weekly planning. This is the slug, right? If you go back to the home page, we choose. You can see now we have note/meeting with marketing team. So now we are getting this properly, right? So the next one, once work on being able to fetch the actual notes. Right now the URL is dynamic. Now let's work on fetching the actual notes. So we're going to go down to the notes page, to the notes detail page. So I'm going to close some of these guys, you don't need them. So let's open the note detail page. So right now I want to simply fetch. Whenever this page renders, I want to simply fetch the current notes based on this log. You understand? So let's do that right away. So we're going to use the use effects. Right, so over here, what are we doing? Okay, now I'm going to declare a state. I'm going to declare a state. I'm going to say const notes. I'll say set notes. It's going to be equal to. This will be equal to an empty object at first. Let's import use state from React. Okay, now we've got to this now. So we're going to use our use effects. So now once it's the use effects to fetch again, we're going to say use effects. Whenever the page renders, I want to fetch from the API. So over here. So copy this. Okay, I'm going to use the template split. Maybe use this. Yeah. So let's have our HTTP. So now I want to fetch now. So this notes log is meant to be value we have up here. This, understand, this log, that was this. So we have to pass in the value. So this notes log is meant to be a dynamic value. It's meant to be a dynamic value. It's meant to be the value we have. It's meant to be this meeting with marketing team. For example, you understand? If I go back to your home page, if I click on, so this client's core agenda is meant to be passed over here. It's meant to be passed here inside these parentheses as a slug, right? But how do we get it? So we're going to use what we call use params. So I'm going to come here and say use params. Use params now. I will simply just come over here and say it should be, we'll say const log should be equal to this param. So now this log, now we are going to call it can be called whatever name you like. So it's called slug by me, that's better. So this slug now is referring to the dynamic value we have in the URL. That's what the slug means, OP gets. So we are able to get it through the use param. So I'm going to pass this slug over here. And now, so this is our slug is dynamic now. So remember what we did. Oh, this is use effects. I did like this is how we use it. I made a mistake. So we're going to have a function first, and then we're going to have ashes dot get, and we'll paste this here. Yes, let's import ashes. I'm going to say import ashes from ashes. Import ashes from ashes. It should be a string, and then remember what we did. If you remember what we did the last time, so it's going to return a promise. So if the promise goes well, we're going to have it here. So I'll just simply just say set note to response or data. Set note. So we have meant to fetch a particular object. We want to fetch a particular note object. I'll simply say set note to response.data. So if there's a problem, if there's an error, if there's an issue, I'm going to use the catch block, and we're going to simply just say I want to simply console out the error message. So I'm going to say console.log error.message. And we've gotten this perfect. So right now we've been able to fetch the notes. We've been able to fetch individual notes. So now let's see what we are fetching. And there's one more thing here. So this effect runs whenever the page renders. So we're going to pass in the dependency array. So with this array here, this effect is going to only run once whenever the page renders. Or we want to make sure that the effect runs whenever the page renders and whenever the slug changes. And so whenever this slug changes, we want to make sure that the effect runs again. If the slug changes, that means we are trying to fetch a new note, right? So to make that happen, we are going to simply pass the slug over here, and that is how it works. So that's it now. Now let's console our response. Let's console out the response of data. Let's see what we are fetching. Console.log rest of data. Browser, go to the home page. So let's just call client agenda to the browser to the console. And yes, it's fetching it. It's fetched it 3 times. Wow. Go back to the home page. Let's pick something else. Okay, it's fetched it twice. It's twice. Understand? That's how they use effect with us. So now it's fetching. So now I'm going to go down to the notes detail page. Remember that this is an object called notes, and it has our response of data in it, right? So come over here. I'm going to say, note.title. Say notes.title. And here, we're going to put in the node.created at. Remember, we have the function called format data, format date. We're going to simply call that function first. It's called format. So it should be in a parenthesis. It should be in a, it should be here. If I say format dates, and I'm going to simply pass in notes.created. We'll do the same thing for our updated value. Don't worry, the source code is going to be given to you guys. Don't worry. I'm going to call this updated. And here is the body. Say notes.body. It's the browser. Let's see what we have. Okay, perfect. This looks good. The page now. Meeting with marketing team. Perfect. This. Right. So we have been able to list out our notes, and we can also view individual notes. I really hope you gain some value. Okay guys, so right now we want to work on adding new notes. Understand? So we just finished working on listing out the notes. Understand? Whereby we can view all the notes and also a specific note, right? So now let's work on adding new notes. Yes? So right now this is our note form. So the aim here is for us to capture data from these fields. That is the goal. So right now let's go and do that. So we are going to go down to the add notes page, which we have. I'm going to open that right now. It is the add notes page, add notes page.jxx. So here we are. So right now I said the aim is for our aim is to get data from this field, from these 3 fields, and then submit the data to the backend, right? So how do we go about that? So right here we are going to create 3 pieces of state. The first one is going to be the title. I'm going to say const. I'm going to say const title, and they're going to say set title. It's going to be equal to a string. Understand? It's going to say use state, and then we're going to put a string there. Then we have the body. We'll say const. Let's call it body. And then we're going to say set body. That's going to be equal to a string also. And lastly, we have the category. The category, we'll say const. What is happening? We're going to say const category. We're going to say set category. And it's going to be equal to a string also. Yeah, so it's called consts. So right now we have these three states. So what we want to do now is I want to make sure that the value of these fields are going to be the states. That's also so right now. As for the title field, I'm going to say the value should be equal to title. Yeah. You understand? It's going to be equal to title. So the reason why we are doing this is because we are going to update the title. We are going to update this title field whenever we type into the title input field. So whenever we type into this field, we are going to update the title field. You understand? So right now I have set the value of the title field to the title state, right? Over to the body, the text area, I'm going to say value should be equal to body. And the same thing applies to the select field. The value is going to be equal to category, right? So right now we've set the value of those fields to the respective states. So if I type into this field, you can see nothing happens. Nothing happens. If I try to, so I can't even pick anything. You can see I can't choose any of that stuff. That's because these fields are all set to an empty string. So that's why the value is also empty. Even if I type, nothing still happens. Even if I select, I can't pick an item. So what are we going to do now? So right now we are going to simply update these states whenever there is a change event on the field. So right here I'm going to say on change. Hope my PC is recording. Oh, it's recording. I'm going to say on change should be equal to. We're going to get the event objects, and then we're going to say set title to e.target.value. Now let's go down to the form now and type in again. I'm going to say right now we can type in. That's because whenever we type into this input field, the title state gets updated, right? So that's why. And over here, the same thing applies to the body. I'm going to say on change should be equal to, then I'm going to say set body to e.target.value. Right? And lastly, the same thing happens for the select field. I'm going to say on change should be equal to E. I'm going to say set category to e.target.value. So let's try again. Now we can type into the fields. Perfect. So you can pick a news. You can see now why it works right now. So the goal is to right now let's try and submit the form. So whenever we submit the form, we want to console out this content. So to the browser, so we are going to add a submit event to the form. I'm going to say on submit. I want to call this function called undo submit. So right now I'm going to simply go and create that function. I'm going to say const, okay, const undo submit should be equal to, yep, so now I want to send this console.log console.log form submitted to the browser. Let's see. So now submit the form. You can see the form, the page reloads. So right now we don't want this, we don't want the reloading of the page. No, we don't want that. Okay, so how do we prevent that now? So we're going to come over here and get the events object, and then we're going to come down here and say e.prevent default. So you're trying to prevent the page from reloading. Prevent defaults, right? So now go to the browser again, open the console. So right now let's try submitting. Okay, submit the form. I can see we have form submitted. So the goal now, I want to make sure that the form will only be submitted when these fields has values, when the 3 fields has values inside. So how do you go down to your code now? You just come over here and say if if title body, if title and body and category. So if these 3 values are truthy, we want to console this message. If these 3 values, if these 3 states have values, we want to console this. So now let's try submitting the form. So click again. You can see nothing happens, right? Because these 3 values are all empty. They all must be filled before this form can be submitted. So right now I want to simply create a new object. I'm going to call this new, I'm going to say const new note. It should be equal to an object. I'm going to say title. That's the key, and the value is title. And for the body, you can see now. So, and as for the category, so now we are going to pass this. We are going to simply pass this object. We are going to simply send this object. We are going to send this object to the backend. You understand? So whenever this object gets submitted, I want to simply pass this. I want to simply create a new note using this object, right? So now, right now, let's console the objects. Let's console it out now. So if this, so I said before, if these 3 states are empty, if any of them is empty, nothing will happen. So I'm going to put in the return statement here. Nothing will happen. If the 3 states are empty, all of them must be filled up before the form can be submitted. So right now I'm going to say console.log new notes. Now I want to simply new notes. Okay. So I want to simply whenever the form gets submitted, I want to simply console this object. So the browser now, refresh. And I'll say okay. Write a blog on React. I'm going to say my React blog. I'm going to say intro to my React blog. I'm going to pick a category. I'm going to say personal and then add notes. Oh, so it's saying this right now. It's complaining that this is an email field. So let's go and fix that. This is okay. It's not an email field. So it's type email. Remove that type email there, and it's gone. And let's start submitting the form again. All right. Oh, nothing happened. Okay. We have to refresh the page. I'm going to say, write a note, write a blog on React. I'll simply say intro to learning React. I'm going to put in the category as personal and then add notes. Nothing happens. So I'm going to put this inside. Oh, sorry. I'm going to put this. Oh, what is happening? I'll put this guy inside of its scope. So now let's try one more time. I'm going to say write on React. I'll say intro to learning React. And it's passed now. So add notes. It does not get submitted. Something must be wrong somewhere. Oh, sorry guys, I've seen my mistake. So you can see from the condition from what I wrote here, I was saying if title, body, and category. So I'm sure right now I'm meant to say if not, it's meant to be not, right? Yeah, so if these three are empty, simply return, nothing will be returned, right? Nothing will be consoled out. No action will take place if the three fields are empty. All of them must be filled up before an action takes place. So right to the browser now, let's try submitting. Right now you can see now we have the objects consoled out. So the aim is for us to simply save this as a new note in our database. So how do we go about that? It's simple. So we're going to go down to our app components where we have the list of nodes, right? So now we're going to simply create a function that will send this post request to the backend, and we're going to call the function whenever this form is submitted. So let's create a function that will send the new node to the backend. Let's do that right now. So right now, let's add a new node. So we're going to create a function. I'm going to say const. It's a very simple one. Const add nodes. That should be equal to. Yeah. So we're going to simply send an Ashes post request to the backend, and we are going to have the data up here. This is the data we want to pass to the backend. It's called data, and the data comes from here, from this new nodes. Remember I said that we are going to call the function in this undo submit function. We'll get there very soon. So right now I'm going to come over here and say ashes.post to HTTP, right? So I'm going to simply say HTTP 127.0.0 then 8000. We are going to simply expect the data here, right? So if everything goes well, so I'm going to just say then I'm going to just come over and say response. I want to simply console out the response. I'm going to say console.log response.data. And if there's an error, we just come down here and say that's catch. I'm going to return the error. I'm going to say console.log error .message. So it's called a console.log So we've got this. So right now we're going to try it out, but we can't try it out yet. We can't try it out yet because this function needs to be called whenever this create form is submitted. Right? So okay, so I'm going to simply I want to simply add a toastify, a pop-up that tells you that a new node has been created. So we're going to do that. Okay, so right now, before I add a toastify, I want to simply call this function whenever this form is submitted. So to the browser. Okay, what's at the browser now? So over to our code now. I'm going to simply pass this add note to the add note page. So we're going to add this function. Yeah, here is it. So go down to the add notes page and accept the function called add notes. And yes, hope it's correct. Add notes here, and over here add notes. So right now I want to call this function whenever this form is submitted, and it's going to be outside the if block. I'm going to say add notes. I was simply passing new notes as the data. Remember that this function is expecting a data. So this is 8008 and then /notes. So right now this is an object, and this data is an object. This is the data we want to pass to the backend, and we are going to only get the data from this add notes page, which is called new data. So right now, what are we doing? So I'm going to say add note, and I'll say new note. Hope you understood. So we are going to try things out and be sure it's working. But don't forget, we are going to see here the Toastify. So that's the browser. Refresh. I'm going to write writing a blog on React, and I'm going to write here an intro to React.js, and category should be just a personal, and click on add notes. Open the terminal, add notes. Okay, it's worked. Now if we go down to the home page, let's see if we have a new note. Oh, we've got nothing. Let's see the console to be sure there is no error. Okay guys, right now I just found out what the problem was. Because if I go down to the app components, there is a mistake here. It's meant to be 127.0.0.1. So that's a mistake, and then but 8,000 and notes, right? So let's try one more time and see if everything goes well. To the page now, add notes. Okay, I'm going to just say a new React article, and you're going to call it personal and submit. Okay, right now it shows a pop-up error message. It says request failed, its status 400. Okay, perfect. So now I'm using the wrong URL. Okay, what could be the problem? We don't know yet. So let's move this forward. The forward slash is meant to be there, but it's not working. What could be the problem? Okay guys, right now I'm seeing the cause of the problem. That's because look at the category. The category is passing this value. You understand? And this is not what you are expecting from our Django projects. These are the values the category field expects. It expects. So the category field expects either the business, personal, or important. These are the values the category field is expecting. So right now I'm going to go down to our React app, go down to the add form page. Where is the field? There is. Okay, this is the filter. This is the select tag. So we are going to add the right. I'm going to call this business. Right, business. I'm going to call this personal. Right. So these are the values it's expecting, and we'll call this important. And this one will be value null. I'm going to say value. Alright, so this is all you want to do. So now everything should work now. So clear up this guy, refresh the page. So now right now let's try adding a new React. Let's say new React notes. I'm going to pick a new category, personal, add notes. You can see right now, we return a new notes object. A new notes object was returned to us, right? You can see it. The body, you can see we have where's the title? So we have the title, the body, the slug. A new React note was returned to us. And we go down to the home page, we are going to see a new note on the page. It's not fetching. It's meant to fetch. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. But if I refresh the page, if I refresh the page, we are meant to have a new note. Okay, you can see it here. You can see it over here. So now let's work on redirecting. So whenever we submit the form, we want to redirect the page. So now we're going to declare a variable. We're going to say const navigate should be equal to use navigate. And right now, I'll come down here. I will simply say navigate to the home page. You can also the browser. Let's add a new note. It's going to say learn JavaScript. My JavaScript. I'll say my JavaScript guide. And let's pick a category. Personal, add notes. We be redirected. And it was not updated. Okay, that's fine. We are going to work on it. It's meant to update. We are meant to see the new notes here without having to refresh the page. Right? So we are going to see, you can see we have the notes here. So now let's work on that. So now guys, right now, so we are going to come down to this. So our app, to the app.jx, where we are adding notes. So whenever we add a new note, we want to update this note states. Understand? Whenever we add a new note, we want to update the note states. So we're going to come over here and say set note. And we're going to simply unpack the current note. We're going to simply spread the current notes. I'm going to say triple dots. I'm going to say notes, and we are going to pass in the new note, which is data. Right? So now this is what we need to do. So this is what we need to do. Right? So now go down to your browser and let's try adding a new note. I'll say learn the jollof rice recipe. I'm going to say learning how to cook jollof rice. I'm going to call this important and then add notes. You can see it was added. Perfect. You can see that it was added, right? That's cool. So now we've been able to work on adding of notes. We can add new notes now, right? You can add, so we're not done. I want to add an alert, a notification that tells us that a new note was added, right? So let's work on that. So whenever we add a new note, I want to show a pop-up that tells us that a new note has been added. So now let's go work on that right away. So right now, let's work on adding a toast whenever we add a new note. So go down to your browser and search for React Toastify. Click on the first link. Okay, so here is how it works. So you have to install it first, copy the npm command. Okay, we're waiting for it to come up. Let's wait. So paste the command and hit enter. So while it runs, so here's how it works here. So I'll copy this and paste it in my main layouts page, right? Main layouts components. Yeah, over here. I only want the toasts. I only need the toast container. And right now, so I also need the CSS. Copy it. So paste that here. And lastly, we are going to add toast container. We'll add it here. Yep, so we need to do this now. So this is all we need to do to make it work. And then come down here. So we are going to get these toasts now. So whenever we add a new note, we want the toast to appear. So go down to your app components in the add note function. Whenever a new note gets added, for example in this part, we are going to add this now. We just say toast.success. Toast.success should be equal to a new note has been added, right? A new note has been added, and let's import this guy. Hold down control and period. Oh, it's not working over here. We have the code still. Just copy this and straight to the top of your app, straight here, up here. You don't need that icon. No, that icon is staying there. So paste here and then remove toast container. You only need toast this time. It's the browser. Now let's add the new notes. So I'll say learn. Let's say learn vowling here, and learn some special keys. Now I'll call this personal. Add notes. You can see it says a new note has been added. And if you scroll down, we have the notes added. So perfect. Now, so we've been able to add new notes. So next, I want to work on updating a specific note. Okay, so the tutorial continues, and right now we need to work on updating a specific note. Whereby if you click on this edit button, you're going to have this form to update a specific note. You understand? So right now we need to work on fetching the notes into this form. Understand? So let's assume I clicked on client call agenda. Once I click on this and click on this button, I want to have the notes pre-filled in this form. So let's work on that, right? Let's work on that next. So I'm going to go down to the page is called, I'm going to find the name now. The page is called edit note page. So we need to fetch our notes. We need to fetch this specific. We need to fetch a specific note for this page, right? So let's work on that right now. Okay, we are going to go down to our URL routing to the app.jx. So our parent app, and over here we need to work on the URL. So it's called edit note, right? So I'm going to say edit note /slug, right? Edit note / I'm going to put the slug. If you remember, the slug is a dynamic value. So we're going to put the slug there. And right now we're going to go down to the detail page where we have this button. Yeah, this button over here. So I'm going to go down to the detail page. And the page is over here. Note detail page. And here's the button. Sorry. Yeah, this page. Where are you button? So here is the button. So you can see the URL is edit notes. So we are going to use template literals, and then I'm going to do this. Yep, and then we'll say edit notes / remember it has a dynamic value it's expecting, and that value is a slug, and we have the slug here. We have the slug here, right? So, and over here, I'll just put in the slug. I will say slug, right? And I hope this works. Okay, to the browser. So once you click on this button, we should see this slug on the edit page, right? We should see if you click on it. Oh, what are we having? Okay, I made a mistake. You need to put in this /, right? Put in the / there, and then go back again. Click on edit. Click on the edit pane. All right, now you can see we have the slug over there. Because that's the home page again. Let's pick something else. Let's pick family gathering. All right, now click on the edit pane. All right, now we have the slug up there. So right now, once we be able to fetch the notes into the form, that's the next task. So I'm going to come over here to the note detail page. So we're going to simply note detail page. On the edit notes page rather. Edit notes page. Where are you? Yeah. So now we are here now. So we need a use effect to fetch a given block based on the slug we have up here. So we are going to get that slug again. We're going to use the use params. I'm going to say const slug should be equal to use params, right? So with the use params now, we can easily get it. We can easily get a dynamic value using the use params because the slug up here is a dynamic value. Hope you get. So now we're going to do that. And yes, so now we're going to use a use effect one more time. I'm going to say use effects. And then we're going to have the arrow function there. And we're going to say ashes dot get. We'll say http then this 127.0.0.1 then ports 8008/notes. I can't remember the endpoint. Let me check it out. Where are you? Okay, note/slug. Okay, we're going to put on the slug. So remember, it is a dynamic value. Yes, so now we're going to do the .then. So if everything goes well, .then, we're going to have the response. And then let's console out the response of data. You say console.log response.data. And if there's a problem, once you see the problem, I'm going to say .catch. We're going to simply do error. Here. I'm going to say console.log error.message. Right, so now I think we've done this, we've got this. So let's import our use effects. That should be coming from React use effects. So now right now, let's see what we got. So over to the page one more time. Go down, let's check out your console. Clear up the console and then refresh this page. Okay, let's go back. And right now you can see. Oh, this is what I was expecting. It says network error. Okay, back to the home page. And let's click on the specific notes. Click on it. Click on the edit pane. And right now you can see we're able to fetch the data for the client's call agenda. We're able to fetch the notes with it. We can see we have a note size already fetched here. That's perfect, right? So now we're going to simply right now we're going to create we are going to declare a state. I'm going to declare two states. I'm going to say const title. Sorry, 3 states. Instead of const title. And they're going to set title. We're going to say use states. That's going to be a string. I'm going to do something for the body. We're going to say const body. And we'll say set body. I'm going to say use states, and then empty and a string there. And lastly, the category. We're going to say category. We'll say set category. That's going to be equal to use states. So it's category. So we've gotten this now. It's called consts. So yeah, so we've gotten this. So we are going to simply like set the value of this state based on what we got in the response. That's it. So that's what we are going to do. So right now, what happens now? So I'm going to come here and say set title. So I'm going to say set title to. Let's see what we have here. You can see we have the we can see the object we have in here. Hope my data has not disappeared. Oh, it's gone. So let's try fetching again. Let's try fetching one more time to the browser. Back here, click on edit. Right now, I'm able to fetch. Because now we have this note object. So now I'm going to simply declare a state right now. So where you be? Okay, now I'm going to simply declare a state. I'm going to say for the title field. The title field will have this value. The body will have the body as its value, and the category will have this as the value. So that's what I'm trying to do over here. And I'm trying to say set title to response.data dot title. The same thing applies for the body. Set body to response.data dot body. And lastly, the category, we're going to set category to response.data.category, right? So now we've gotten this already. And once you've done this now, you're going to go down to the form. I'm going to say for the title field, for the title field, we're going to say value should be equal to title. For the body, we'll simply say value should be equal to the body. And lastly, for the category, we are going to simply come down here and say this should be value. So for the category, first of all, value should be equal to category. And for these options, I'm going to put in an empty string as a value. That's how it's meant to be. So right now we've gotten this, and let's see what we have so far. So if I try again, sorry, I'm not using. Okay, so one more, I'm coming. So right now, go down to the browser now. If you click on the home page, let's close this, guys. Let's make this bigger. Click on Meet with the marketing team. Click on Edit. Ouch. Our note is empty. What could be wrong? What could be the problem? So there's a problem. Let's see what the problem is. It's saying network error. There was a problem. It says network error. So you're having an error, and it's saying network error. So what could be the problem? Let's see. Okay, it could be from me. So this was meant to be 8008. That's because my Django server is running on port 8008, and I used port 8000 here. That was the problem, right? So we got the error message. The error message said network error. And we checked closely. Once I corrected that, I was able to fetch my notes. I was able to fetch the notes, right? So let's try it one more time. There's a problem. Let's see. This we're meant to have a value for the select field. We're meant to have a value for our select field, but nothing was shown there. Set category to. Let's try one more time to the home page. Click on any of them, edit, and wow, nothing is coming up for. So you can see we are able to fetch we have been able to fetch the title and the body, but the category is still picking the default value. That's wrong. What could be the problem? Let's see. From the response we got on the console, the category is important, but you can see there it's important. You can see it, but it's not showing on the form. What could be the problem? So right now, I've seen the cause of the problem. That's because you check from our select options, we are meant to have these values as we're meant to have business as a value for this one, business, and personal over here in capital letter, and then important. Right, so now to the browser, let's close this. You can see now we have the values there. You can see, I go back to the home page, click on any of this, edit, and yeah, the form is all filled up. So one more thing, you need to update the title of this form. We need to update this title, the heading, and this button, which because these two forms, because the form we have here is different from the one we are using to update. Though they may look alike, but they are two different forms. So I'm going to go down there and update them. This is update notes, update notes, and for the button the same thing, update notes, right? So that's fine. So right now I want to work on being able to make, for example, if I type into any of this now, I can't change the values. I can't. If I try clicking on business, it does not pick business. If I come over here and let's try typing, it does not. So we need to make this field, we need to make this input field controlled. We need to make them controlled by React. So I'm going to do that right now. So as for the title field, I'm going to add a change event. I'm going to say on change. Whenever we are typing into the field, I want to simply make the value of title be the content in that field. I'm going to say set title to e.target.value. And the same thing applies for the body. On change, I'm going to say set body to e.target.value, right? So we've done this. And lastly, for the select field, on change, I'm going to just put a value there and I'll say set category to e.target.value, right? So now that's all we need to do. Come over here now, so I can now type into I can now type in, oh, what's happening? Oh, something is going on. Let's see if I can pick, okay, I can, it's still not working. Wow, this is funny. Oh my god. Okay, on change, set body. Something just went wrong. Okay, so guys, I found the cause of the problem. That's because our use effects needs a dependency array. So this effect is going to depend on the slug. So now the value of the slug changes, the effect re-renders, the effect gets called again. So now once you have that there, everything should be fine. So the browser now, click on this, edit, and then let's try adding. I'm going to say weekly planning for a get together. Because now I'm able to I can now make changes to my form. I can pick a different value and there is no problem. So I want to work on being able to update this form. So I'm going to create a new object. I'm going to call this object. Let's just say, I'm going to say, let's say const updated notes should be equal to, so it should be equal to the title. This is going to be our updated object, the body, and category. Yep, so we've got this now. So what next? So now we're going to simply add a submit event to our form. Our submit is going to have this function called undo submit. So I'm going to declare this. We're going to declare the function here. Let's declare the function undo submit. And I'll simply do this. Yeah, so first of all, one wants to prevent the default behavior of the form reloading. Whenever I try to submit the form, the page refreshes. So we want to simply avoid that. I'm going to say e does prevent default. And once we've done that, now let's console out our new. Let's console out the console.log updated notes. Right, so let's try it now. So come over here. If I pick on client call agenda, I'm going to say client call agenda meeting. Yeah, so update notes, click on it. Oh, we're saying please enter an email address, sorry. Please not an email field, remove that here. So submit to the browser. Where are you? So I know what to do. Let's please stop this console. Let's stop this here. Just stop, okay. Clean again to the home page. Click on any of them, edit. And if I try to edit any of these guys, input submit in there and then submit. Because now we have, you can see our new notes object. Now you can see I was able to update the title. You can see that there. So right now I want to simply update this. I want to simply update this ID, this note object with what I have here. Right, I want to update this note object we have up here with the value we have down here. So let's go and work on that now. So we're going to go down to the app.gxs now, and we're going to create a new function called update notes. I'm going to say const update notes. And it's going to simply be expecting two values, the new note object and then the slug. So we're going to have this then. We're going to say ashes.put. I'm going to put in the HTTP 127.0.0.0.1 then 8008/notes/the slug, right? So we're going to get this log from and then we're going to get this log from this page, right? Because we're going to pass this notes over to the edit note page. You understand? So then we're going to have the .then. See if everything goes well. If everything goes well, what should happen? So we're going to have response. Nothing really. Let's just console the response and see what it gives us. Console.log response.data. And lastly, I also have the success message. I'm going to say toast.success. And I'll say notes updated successfully. And if there's an error, let's simply console out that error message. So right now we're going to listen for the catch method. So now we're going to see .catch. I'm going to put in the error. And let's simply console the error out. Console.log error.message. Yeah, so we've got this now. So we're going to simply pass this as a prop down to the edit notes page, and it's called update notes, right? Updates notes, and then I'm going to say equal to update notes, and then we're going to receive this in the edit notes page. Let's receive it, and up here we're going to receive it here. Let's say update notes, yes. And once we've done this now, we're going to simply call this function. I'm going to update, what is it called? It's called update notes, and over here it should be called update notes, sorry. Yeah, update notes. Yeah, that's the name. So now, okay, so now to avoid the clash in names, I'm going to rename this to update. Okay, updated notes. Okay, there are different names. We have update notes and updated notes. Let me just call this update notes object. So you don't have any update note object. So they have different names now. So right now we're going to call. So what's going to happen here? I'm going to simply call this function whenever we submit our form. I'm going to pass a function over here. It's called updates note. Updates notes. And it's going to simply be expecting two values: the data and the slug, right? So right now let's pass it. Oh, I forgot to pass something. We're meant to pass the data over here. Yeah, we're meant to pass it here. That was important. Just like we have here. We're meant to pass data over here. And over here, in this note page, we're going to pass in the update note objects and also the slug. Those two are important. Do we have the slug out here? We have the slug up here. And the slug. So let's make sure that this function will only be called when these three values are there. These three values. So I'm going to come over here and say if not title and if not body and if not category. So I'm going to simply return, right? Yeah, I'm going to simply return. So I'm going to just simply stop here. Nothing, the code will not get to this point. That's what they're simply trying to say. Return. Yeah, so if any of this is empty, if any of this value is blank, we are not going to update that note. So if everything works well, we want to simply redirect. To the detail page of that note. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to say I'm going to say const navigate. I'm going to navigate back to that page, to the notes we updated, to the page of that note. I'm going to say use navigate. So over here, we're going to come down here and say navigate. Yep, so I'm going to say edit notes. Then what else? Am I forgetting something? Slash the slug, right? So this is what we need to do. Unless we hope this works seamlessly. Now come over here. Let's pick out. Let's edit these guys. Yeah, just gonna pick. Write a blog on React. Just this short thing. Let's edit it. Right. Write a blog on React. Let's say React routers. React router DOM. So I'm gonna say new React notes. New notes on React router DOM. Let's say new notes on React router DOM. So let's update this now. So we're gonna leave it as importance and then update. Nothing happened to the browser. Network error. There's a problem with our. Let me see what I've done again. Sorry, I think. So this show was meant to be 88008. I keep forgetting. I'm so sorry. Okay, now we have our. So now we have the form already filled up, and then let's update. Still network error. So now I'm going to refresh the page and start. Hope I'm not making any mistake. It's called notes then slug. Or do I need to put in the / there? Let's be sure we're not making a mistake with the API called notes/slug. Pause main on. Let's try one more time. Edit, submit. Oh, something is wrong. Let's see if there's any error on the back end. Oh, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. So right now, I've seen my mistake. You can see there was a typo here. It's meant to be 127.0. That was a mistake in the URL. So if I choose a network error, just know that you have an issue with your endpoints. If I click on this now, right now I can see now it says note update successfully, but it was meant to navigate. Oh, sorry, I put in the wrong URL there. It's called, what's the name of the page again? Notes/slug. Notes. So now it should be notes/slug. So the browser closes. So now let's edit these guys now. I want to say learn JavaScript functions and objects. Today I will learn about JavaScript functions and objects. So, and let me call it important, and then update notes, right? You can see we're able to redirect to the page. We have this toast over here, and we're able to update our notes, right? Able to update it. So it works well. It works very well. Updates, right? Edits. So today I'm going to learn JavaScript functions and let's say promises. And over here, I'm going to change the promises. So you're able to update. Perfect. You can see, and it's updated. So that's fine. So let's now also on deleting a specific note. So how do we go about that? So guys, right now I want to work on deleting a specific note, whereby you can delete a specific note. So if I click on the delete button, I want to see modal pop up, and then once I click delete on that modal, the note gets deleted. So that's the goal right here now. So over here, you click on this, we click on the notes. Then you click on delete, a modal pops up for you. And once you click on delete on that modal, that note gets deleted. Right? So let's work on that right now. Okay. So right now to the browser. So now, as for you now, go create a new component called modal. So refresh this. Go and create a new component called modal, and that should be in your component folder. So right now, let me create mine now. So new file modal.jxx, hit enter. So I'll delete this guy. Okay, now so right here I already have the code for my modal. I already have the code copied. So I'm going to create a basic component and then paste my modal code here. Here's the code, I already have it copied. So this modal also has a style sheet. So I'm going to copy the style sheet content. It's called modal.cxs. I'm going to copy everything. And yep, so back to our project. I'm going to create a new file, a new CSS file. I'm going to call it modal.css. Hit enter. And I'm going to paste this thing here, and over to my modal.jxs, I'll import that. I'm going to say import. Import modal. That's CSS. So yeah, that's what you need to do. And over here, I'm going to simply, right now I'm going to use our modal in the detail page over here, right? And on a note detail page, that's where we need the modal. So just here. I'm going to put in my modal just here. I might sync the modal. Okay, I'm going to create the React fragments. So I put the modal just here. Yeah. Modal. So you have to import it. I'm going to say imports modal. Yeah, hit enter. So now I imported modal. So to the browser, let's see, nothing appears here. It's okay. That's because the modal has been set to display none. So I'm going to give it flex. And boom, we can see I have a modal here. Perfect, right? So right now I want to make sure that this modal only appears on the screen when we click on the delete button. Right? So now let's go and fix this now. So to the browser, so to the note detail page, I'm going to declare a state. I'm going to call this, I'm going to say const. Hope you are correct. Const display modal. So I'm going to just call it is open, rather is open, and set is open. So by default is open is false, is state, and then false, right? It's false by default. So now once it is false, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to just come here and then I'm going to say is open. And so because of this value is false, it will not evaluate the right hand side. If this value is true, it is going to evaluate the right hand side. But because its open is currently false, it won't evaluate the right hand side. So simply ignore it, right? So it's going to simply ignore it. So now right now what this means is that because its open is false, this modal will not get displayed because this false value has made this modal not to be seen. So go to the browser now. You can see our modal has disappeared. That's because its open is false. So right now, once to be able to toggle, once I click on this, the modal comes up. If I click on the cancel button on the modal turns off. So now how do we do that? So now, first of all, this is how we go about it. So now I'm going to add a new function. I'm going to just call it handle is open. That's just a function name. Okay. So I'm going to place these guys above. I want this thing to be well arranged. So let's close the space in between. Okay, so I'm going to say handle is open. It's going to be equal to an arrow function. So now I'm going to set is open to, I'm going to simply negate the current value of is open. So if is open is false, this function will simply turn it to true. If is open is true, this function will simply turn it to false. So when do we call this function? It's going to be when we click on the delete button. Here's the delete button. Yep, yeah. So I'm going to add an onClick event to this button. So I'm going to say onClick. Simply call the handle is open function. That's it. So if I click on this now, click on it, you can see it comes up. So how do we close this button now? So we need to also pass in that method to this modal. So when we click on delete, the button disappears. So now we need to pass in this function, handle is open. Let's pass it down to the modal. So I'm going to call it handle is open is equal to handle is open. So this key can be called whatever name you like. It can be called whatever name you like. What matters is the value itself. So I'm going to go down to what's it called, to my modal components, and then accept this world and accept the prop that was passed to me. Handle is open. So this function will be called whenever the cancel button is clicked upon. On click, I'm going to say handle is open, right? And also and also on this button, let me just copy this. So now click, 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 click. It works now. So now right now I want to work on being able to delete a particular node. So whenever I click on this delete button, the node gets deleted. So how do we work on that now? So now we are going to come over to our app.jxs and declare the function and call our API. So I'm going to say const delete node. Delete nodes. So this doesn't require the slug, just a slug. And then just send a delete request. I'm going to say ashes.delete. I'm going to say HTTP then 127.0.0.1 then port 8008/nodes/the slug. So I'm going to come down here and say dots. What are we doing? Let's just put in the dot catch, because nothing really happens whenever I delete. Nothing happens, just dot catch. See, there's a problem. Let's see what the error message is. Error, I'm going to say console.log error.message. I'm going to simply pass this delete node to the detail page, which is node detail page. Delete nodes equal to delete nodes. And lastly, we are going to simply come down. So no detail page, and then we're going to accept the prop that was passed over to us. It's called delete node, right? And then we are going to simply pass this function down to the modal, because that's what we need the function. That's what we need the function. We're going to say delete node, delete node, right? And yep. And so right now we need to accept the delete nodes function. We need to accept this so we need to accept this function in this modal. Let me close this guy. Yeah. So it's called delete nodes. So I'm going to add an onClick event to the delete button. I'm going to say onClick. Undo delete nodes. And over here, I'm going to declare the function const undo delete nodes. Yep, and over here, I'm going to call this delete nodes function. I'm going to call it Ctrl C. Yep, so I'm going to call it. And why we are calling this, I just remember something that we need to also pass in the slug. We need to pass in the slug. What was it called? We need to pass in the slug. You can see this function is expecting the slug, right? So it's true, the slug is going to know the exact node it wants to delete. So over to the node detail page. So right now I'm going to simply just call the function here. Yep. And then I'll pass in the slug here. because we have the slug on top here. This is a slug, right? So where are you? Let me just save this. So I just did this now. This is perfect. So now on our mode down now, we just simply, so on the mode down, we just simply need to just call the function. That's all, right? So just call this function, and then once we call this, now I want to simply redirect back to the home page. So I'm going to come over here and say const navigate. It's going to be equal to use navigate. And then we're going to say navigate back home, navigate back to the home page, and then we want to put on the toast message. You're going to say toast.success. Note deleted successfully. Note deleted successfully. So I hope this works. So let's import note, the toast, control and period. We're going to say import toasts. From React Toastify. Yep, so the browser deletes and click on this. Perfect, so deleted successfully, right? Oh, did we delete? Oh, I did not delete any of my what was happening? Refresh this page. Okay, one of these one. Okay, now let's try delete. So let's try deleting one more. Click on delete. Well, they don't appear to this app. So if I was only when I refresh the page, it's only when I refresh the page that's the that's the notes actually disappears. That's not right. I think we need to come over here. Was it necessary? I think we need to, okay, but it's fine. Let's be like that. I think we need to put in a dot then. And then the response. And then we just say set notes to the current value of notes, right? Was that necessary? I'm wondering if that, let's see. Set notes. Let's see if this works. Set notes. So what's it called? Let's try one more time. Click on this. Delete. Oh, she didn't disappear. I'm wondering why do we need to refresh the page before it works? Since that's the way it's performed, since that's the way it's behaving, we'll leave it like that. And maybe we'll come back to it later. So right now we're able to delete it. Right now we can now delete this. We can now delete a specific note. Oh, I think it disappeared by itself. Because it says no longer. Click on this. Delete. Oh, it's not gone yet. So what's wrong with you guys? I don't have to reload my page before it disappears. Ouch. Okay, so from what we have here, I mistakenly removed one of our important nodes. So I was meant to remove this one, and I mistakenly deleted one of our most valid nodes. So I'm going to add a new node right now. So just to make, yeah. So this is on atomic habits, right? So I just copied this as a title. Paste it here. And now just say personal. And then add up this note. It has been added, right? Yep, so I can delete this side. Right now, I want to remove any half-baked notes. I don't want any of this. Okay, that guy is gone. If I refresh the page, I'm not meant to refresh the page, but I'm wondering why. But it's fine. So it has been deleted, right? So now we have this list of notes, and I just showed you how we can delete individual notes, right? Well, I'm still concerned about what's going on here. We'll look into it. Let me see model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx. 'Cause I don't know what happened. Let me see. Model.jxx Okay. Okay, so right now let's work on filtering the notes. So you can see we have different filter. So if I click on business, I want to only have the business notes. If I click on personal, I want to only have the personal notes. So we're going to work on this filtering right now. Okay, guys. So right now, let's work on filtering the notes. Understand? So go down to your app components. You have the app components. Here you are. So I'm going to declare a state. I'm going to call this, so say const filter text. So filter text. So just watch me do what I'm doing. Set filter text. And I want to say use states. It's going to be an empty string at first. Yep. So I'm going to declare a function for this filter text. I want to say handle const handle filter text. It's going to be setting a value. Now say set filter text that value. Set filter text. Yeah. So now we need to call this function. So in the past, we need to pass this function. We need to pass this function to the filter components. So copy it and then let's pass it down to the filter components. Go down to where are you? Filter components. Here it is. So I'm going to pass it here to the prop. So we're going to pass it on to the home page. Right. Right. Says I'm correct. And then we're going to accept this in the home page components. Yep. And then I'll pass it down to this filter components guy. I just simply have to accept it in itself. Make this all we don't need again. So I'm going to go down to the filter component right now. I'll simply accept source passed. I want this function to be called whenever this select field has a change event on it. It's going to say on change. We are going to pass the events attribute. I'm going to say e. I'm going to say handle filter text, and we'll pass the value. So the value. So as for this parameter, we're going to give it a value of e.target.value. And mind you, this value needs to be correct. So the business is meant to be business like this. And then the personal is meant to be personal in capital letter. Personal. And then the important is meant to be important. So we've got this tree. That's perfect. Okay, so how do we test this now? So I'm going to come down to the browser now, to my app components. Go down to the home page, right? Okay, I think it's working. So I can just console.log. It should be working. So okay, I need to just display. I need to show you how it works. It's not by saying it will be working. So I'm going to pass filter text down to the home page components. I want to show you how it works. And over here. And yeah, I'll just show you filter text. To the browser. Pick something. You can see we have personal up there. We pick important, we have important. Pick business, we have business. So I want to be able to like filter my blogs based on the value that is being returned up here. That's just it. So now I'm going to remove this guy. We don't need it there. I will just show you that we're able to like change the value of filter text by selecting by selecting that drop down. So we don't also need filter text here. This is redundant. There's the home page. Well. So it's gone. So once we've done that now, what's the next thing? So up here, I'll just say const filter text. We just call it filtered text, and you'll say filtered notes. So right now I'm going to say if filter text is equal to business, I want to simply filter by, I want to simply filter the notes by, I'm going to say notes dot filter notes dot category equal to business. And let's test it now to the browser. Ouch. Okay, let's have, and we're going to have the else. I'm going to say else. Let me just put else and then put in notes. So we're going to return. So else, let's have the else. So now we have this done already. So if the note filter, if the filter text is equal to business, we want to simply have only the business notes. Else to give us all the notes. So let's try it now. Choose business. Ouch, nothing happened. Did I spell it wrongly? Oh, sorry. Why? The reason why it's not working is because the value of our nodes now. So as for these nodes we pass down here, here's it again. In the home page. As for this nodes we pass in the home page components. In the home page, you are going to change it to filtered nodes. So filtered nodes. That's it. So right now, with a big business, right now, because we only have the business nodes. Understand? So if you pick any other thing, you're going to have all the nodes. Once you work on having, so right now, business is working. If I pick personal, I want to have all the personal nodes, right? So how do we go about that? So we've only done for the business category. So I'm going to say house. So I'll say house. If notes, I'll say house. Oh, what am I doing? If filter texts. So I'll say if filter text. If filter text is equal to personal. I want to simply get every node. So I'm going to say nodes.filter. Let me just copy this. Nodes.filter, nodes category. So I want to get all the personal nodes, right? So let's see if it's also personal. Ouch. Okay, now right now we also need a different else statement. So I'm going to say else. So I'm going to copy the same thing for. Copy the same thing for. What is it called? For the important nodes. If it's equal to important, I'll simply say filter nodes by important. But and then I'll not put in the. So we've done the three categories. We've done for business, personal, important. So right now, if it is not any of these values, we want to simply return all the nodes. Right? So let's return all the nodes. So now hope this works. To the browser, if I choose business, I only have the business nodes. You can see their tags. If I pick personal, I only have the personal nodes, right? If I pick important, I only have the important nodes. And if I pick all nodes, I have all my nodes back. So we've worked on the filtering, and next let's work on the search bar. Okay guys, so right now let's work on the search bar, whereby as you keep typing, the notes here keeps filtering to fetch the right notes for you. So we're going to work on that right now. And I forgot to show you guys the function. I forgot to do this earlier, back in the backend session. So I forgot to show you guys how to write this, but I already wrote it now. So I'm going to explain what's going on. So this is the function called search notes, right? So it requires a query parameter to search for a node. So here's our pre-parameter. You understand? So, and then we are filtering the nodes based of the query parameter that was passed. We are filtering the nodes with the title, and with the title, the body, and also with the category. You understand? So, if any of these fields matches the query parameter, we are going to fetch the nodes. You understand? So, that's what we are doing, and as usual, I have to create a URL mapping for this function, which over here is called notes search, and then you understand. So this is it here, right? So now I'm going to show you how it works. The browser, I'm going to copy this URL because we need it to fetch our notes. Control C. So over here, then I'll go down to port 127, then port 8008, and then paste this. Hit enter. Okay, it requires a query value. So I'm going to pass in the query, and this is our query name called search. It is called search. This is the query name. Where am I doing? Okay, it's here. It is called search, right? So I'm going to pass that in, and passing a proper value. I'm going to say search equal to. I'm going to pass in a value there. Let me just pass in a meeting. And hit enter. Right now, it was able to get two notes for me that has meeting. You can see we have meeting in the title of this note. If we come over here, we should also have meeting somewhere in this note, somewhere in the body of the note. There should be meeting somewhere. You can see we have meeting over here too. So it was able to fetch the note that has meeting in either the title or the body or even the category. So these are how it works, understand? So right now let's go and work with this endpoint on the front end. So over to our front end app now. So yep. So in the app components, we're going to declare a state called search text. I'm going to call it search. I'm going to say const search text. Now say set search text. And the value is going to be an empty string at first, and this should be const, right? And what's going to happen here? We're going to simply pass this search text to the navbar, right? So our navbar. And we have our navbar over here, main layout. So I'm going to pass it over here. I'm going to say search text equal to search text. And I have to go down to the main layout. So where are you? And receive the search text. And I have to pass it over to the navbar itself. Go down to the navbar right now, and then the navbar has to receive it. And this value needs to be needs to come over, needs to, like, what's it called? It needs to be passed to this input field, to this field here, to this field over here, right? And here's the field. Now I'm going to pass it. I'm going to say value should be equal to this, to search text. And because I've done this now, I can't impute any text. Right now I can't impute any text into this search bar. That's because the value is set to an empty string over here. You can see it up here. It's an empty string, and right now I can't impute any value there. Come over here and try. You can see nothing is happening because the value is meant to be an empty string. So right now I want to be able to update this search text. I want to be able to update it. So whenever I type into that field, the search text gets updated. So I'm going to do something similar to what we did here. I'm going to come over here and say const do search text, and that's going to be going to assert a value. Now let's say set search text to value, right? That's it. Now I'll pass this guy again, just where I pass search text. Pass it down to the navbar, to the main layout. Alright, so we'll do the same thing again. Then we need to go and accept it in the main layout component. Let's go accept it there. When you pass it down to the navbar, and navbar has to accept it. That's the flow. And over here we need to call this function whenever we are typing into the form. We're going to say on change should be equal to, we're going to put in the events attributes, and they're going to say, we're going to call undo search text, and we're going to pass in e.target.value. And I hope this works, the browser. So let's see if you can type something there. Oh, so there's a problem. E.target.value. What's the problem? Okay, guys. Right now we're having this object here as a value. I've seen the problem. This is a mistake. It's not meant to occur. I can't even type anything into the form again, into the field. So here's where the problem is coming from. Now after passing the search text down to my main layout, so I have the navbar. Think here. You pass it here, right? And then you have to go down to your main layout page and then accept it, right? And then I have to pass it down to my navbar. So by passing it down, I have to do a search text should be equal to search text. But no, I just passed it like that. And then I have to go down to my navbar then to accept this, right? Which I've done here, and I pass it here as a value. Now for the undo search text, whenever I type into the form, into that search field, the search text gets updated. Let's refresh this page. What's happening? So here's my mistake again. I made another mistake. So I was not meant to pass in a comma here. I was wrong. So what else is wrong here? Ouch. I've seen another mistake. Search text. Sorry, let me remove this guy. Oh, sorry, let me just do this again. Search text now. Okay, this is correct now. Now come over here and do the same thing. Yep, so I think I've corrected the mistake now. Got it, perfect, now it's gone. So if I type into here, it's working. So now everything is fine. So there was a mistake in the arrangement of this text. That was the cause. So after arranging it, remember you have to go and accept these props in the actual component, which we've done. Yes. So right now you can update the value of search text, this value. So right now it's time for us to make an API call to the backend. So guys, right now it's time for us to make an API call to the backend. So we're going to create a new effect. Okay. I'm going to create a new effect. Let's just call it here. Use effects. Yep. So I'm going to say ashes.get. Ashes.get. Yeah, so the end, let me just copy the endpoint from here. So 127, so copy this up to this point. Right? Let's copy everything. So Ctrl-C. So ashes.get, going to put in HTTP first, then we paste in the actual endpoint. And it's called, so now over here, we're going to simply pass a dynamic value for the meeting. And that's going to be our search text. It's going to be this search text here because that's it. Now I'm going to pass search text here. So and now we are going to pass a dependency array here. So we want to make this call, right? Whenever the value of search text changes. So I'm going to pass search text over here. Search text, right? And pass it over here now. We get it. So once this has been done, then we are going to come over here. Listen. We are going to listen for the promise. So if the promise is resolved, let's simply console out something. Let's say console.log response.data, and if there's a problem, we're going to catch the error. We're going to say error console.log. Yeah, correct. Error.message. So now go down to the browser now and let's start typing. So once I type in here, so let's type in. I'll just simply open the console. Sorry, our site is the blog. Our Note app is not responsive. I'll work on that later. Our aim is to work on the React part. So let's see. I want to stop out this printing of data. So let's stop it out. I think it's this guy. I'm doing that there again. So now refresh the page. Where is this guy coming from? Console.log. How many are you here? Okay, now so now whenever we type into, let me just type in something. You can see why typing. Okay, I see the problem. I see where it's coming from. So now I'm going to just come over here and add. I'll come over here. This function. I'll say if. Yeah. I'll say if not search text. If search text is empty. If search text. If the length of search text is less than 3 characters. Don't call this function. If it is less than 3, if search text.length is less than 3 characters, we simply return. Just return, period. Understand, right? I think it should be done above. Let's do it Control X. Let's do it on top. Yeah, that's where it's meant to be. So there's a condition here now. So if the length, so if you have less than 3 characters in this input field, will not be the API will not be called, right? Because over here, because I was seeing some API calls already on the console when we've not yet searched for anything. Understand? So right now, stop that already. If you come back here. So if I comment that line out, because right now search text is an empty value, is an empty string, right? So this API is still going to be able to call that empty string. You check here, you can see already have a value. If I type in something, can see it has searched again. So I want to make sure that it will only search when there are at least 3 characters in the search field. Right, so now if I refresh the page now, so I want to search for something. Let's just say meeting. You can see if there are 2 characters there, you can see nothing goes on. Let's try again. Let me make this guy big. So if I come over here and search for M, there is no request. If I put in another one, nothing. If I put in something else, there's a request. It says empty. If I put in anything, you can see empty request. If I put in something valid, let's just search for weekly. Let's search for weekly. You can see now, weekly. You can see, if I search for something, let me search for personal. Because now we have some valid responses coming out there. So I'm going to come over here and say, set notes to response.data. So right now, as it now, you can see we have our note already declared here. So notes by default, note is an empty array. So whenever we have a response, I want to pass the response down to this set notes. Understand? So that's it. The browser, because right now what we have on the screen is a list of our notes, right? So that's what we have there. If I type in something here, let's go again. So I'm going to start searching for something. Let me just search for meeting. Right now, as I'm searching for it, it's coming up. You can see if I search for any gibberish, you can see we have nothing on the page because what we are searching for does not exist in our database. It does not exist, right? If I search for personal, you can see now all the personal blogs are all coming up, right? If I search for business, you can see they are coming up, right? If I search for meeting, you can see you have all the meeting blogs, all the notes that has meeting in them. Right now, I want to do this now. If we search for something that is not valid, I want to simply return a message that says there is no notes found with the given search input. There is no notes found with the given search input. So let's go and do that right now to the browser. So over here, okay, we are going to pass this note over to our, what is it called? Okay, we already have it in the home page, right? Here's the home page. We already have notes there. So go down to home page now. So we have notes here already. So I'll come over here and do something now. I don't want this filter to show if notes is empty. I'm going to put in if notes is an empty array. I don't want the filter to get displayed because you cannot filter when there is nothing on the page. So let's try again. So now, what I was saying that if notes is nothing, I don't want this filter guy to show. It's still showing. Okay, I'm going to say, okay, I know what I'm going to come over and say if note.length, if note.length is less than 0, if it is less than 1, I want to just return nothing, an empty string, else return this filter. Hope you get the browser. So right now if I refresh the page, so if we start typing, if I start typing nonsense, you can see, yep, the filter is gone and the notes is not able to find any notes. Right now we are not able to find any notes with this title, category or body. Right? We're not able to find anything with this search input. You understand? So that's done. Yep. So one more thing. So okay. So one more thing now. If note.length is less than 1, that means there is no notes. That means there is nothing in the array. The array is empty. The notes array is empty, right? So if it is less than 1, I want to return an error message that says, I'm not going to say, I'll just simply say, there is no notes found with the given inputs. I'll come over here and say, no notes There is no note found. There is, what am I typing? There is no notes found with the search phrase above. That's it. So I'm going to just, let me give this an H3. Let me just say H4. I'm going to give it a style of, let me just say style. Style should be equal to, I'm going to say text align. That should be center. And let me give it a margin on a margin top. Margin top of, let's just say 10 pixels. Save. And let's try again. You can see, perfect. It's showing already. Refresh this page now. And then come over here and let me just search for meeting. Something appears. If I search for, let's just say personal, you can see as I search for it, they come up, right? Something quite important. The title is saying Vite plus React. Let's go and change that. Go down to your index.html file. Let me make this big. Index.html. Where are you? Oh, this. So there's our index.html. You can see it's your index.html page. It's over here. Just change that. And yep, it's done. Perfect. So right now, if I search for any gibberish, any random text, you can see it tells me that there is no note found with the search phrase above, right? But if you use something valid, something like, let's say meeting, you can see now we're getting the right notes, right? And we can check them out. We can decide to edit them, understand? So right now, we've come to the end of the search note, right? We've come to the end of the notes application using React and Django. Understand? So on this application, we can filter out our notes. Understand? We can list out the notes we have in our database. We can filter the notes based on their category. Understand? We can filter them based on their category. We can add new notes if you want to add. Understand? And we can also go down to a specific note. You can decide to make some changes if you want to. And lastly, you can delete a note if you want to do that. Right? You can delete a note if you want to delete a note, right? And also you can also search for your note, right? You can also search for it. You understand? So we've come to the end of this tutorial, and I hope you gained some value. If you gained some value, do also subscribe to the channel, subscribe, like the video, and don't worry, the source code is linked in this video's description. So thank you for watching. I will see you again in the next video. So stay blessed and bye-bye.